C'est pour ça que c'était tellement important pour moi de stream hier. Oups. Et
T'as vu le monde sur le Discord qui est arrivé là?
bon, il y en avait quoi? Il y en avait 2 ou 3?
Hein? Ah non,
J'ai pas vu.
tous les nouveaux qui sont arrivés hier.
Tous les nouveaux qui sont arrivés hier. J'ai pas cliqué sur le truc depuis un. Yaouh! 1, 2, 3, 4 ou 5 personnes. C'est vraiment. C'est pas mal du tout.
Ah mais non, il y en a plein là. Enfin, je trouve que ça revient là de. Je sais pas, Dogo là, depuis Dogo. Depuis le 24/7, t'as une. T'as 9 personnes qui sont revenues.
Oui, c'est très bien.
L'autre qui a dit je viens que pour les BP en fait. Qui a répondu.
Non, mais je suis dit, moi je suis très chill avec le fait que les gens viennent pour les BP, hein. D'autant qu'en plus il est assez poli pour causer dans le chat. La plupart des gens ne le font même pas, donc bon.
Ah, t'as commencé là?
Ouais, je viens de commencer. Allez, je vais passer sur ça. Je vais voir s'il y a commando. Je vais voir s'il y a commando Dogo.
Ces chips, ces tourelles, elles se sont détachées. Hein.
Hello, Praxis. Je suis pas surpris, il a des trucs qui sont vraiment très fraîches. So far so good for EOS CON Praxis, although it's not going to be the best for everyone, obviously. Oh, Thacus is there. Hello, Skippy. It would be okay. So Blastwing or Commando to go not there. Yes, all good. I'll be streaming for at least 3 hours. Thank you for the follow. Hello, Deep Lava. I'll just push hello. Just put the display back into position. I'm just going to wait a tiny little bit to see if there isn't any ship designer that wants to present his plot, or anyone that I can recognize to ask. And after that, I'm very simply going to start going from plot to plot. Ah. Well, if they want to do a tour of the ships, I'd be more than happy to see them. They're free to hop onto this Discord or whatever they want. Let me just see if I can. Properties. Yeah, and I just find out why the microphone quality is shit. And I also found out right now that there isn't much I can do about it. Hey, hello, Waggle. It's here right now, but we only have 2 new ships. It's fine with having a few new ships. I visited Rukia with his like giant sphere that had only like what 3 ships. Shenru had 2 ships too, which are just there. It's fine. I'm always curious about visiting stuff. The fact that most of these ships on display are new ships is really fun.
Ouais.
Non, t'as FK. Ou pas.
Ah non, je suis là, j'essaye de retrouver mon compte Twitch, mais je crois que c'est peine perdue.
Tu essayes de retrouver ton compte Twitch?
Ouais, j'avais mon compte où j'avais plus de 100 000 points sur ton truc et je sais plus quelle adresse mail j'ai mis.
Mon second compte a 250 000 points sur ma chaîne.
Je vais te rattraper. Si je retrouve mon compte.
Bon courage. What I absolutely adore with these EOS cons, and also the reason for which I think that recording them is so important for me at least, is that there is a lot of inspiration, like just damages, little carousel, for example, is a very good example. Sure, no problem. What? If you want to, we can visit your plot just now. You are in C3 with 3 other ship designer companies. Okay, let's go. So I'm here and I need to go there. I'm very curious about visiting, that would be Mint Mining. They've got the robot from Futurama. Forgot his name.
Alors, nous avons...
Thank you. Bender.
Je vois sur ma tablette là, regarde. T'as vu ma nouvelle tablette?
Ouais, je vois. J'ai vu ça que t'avais ça.
I'm still really divided on that endurance bar for sprinting. So, knowing Honduras a little bit, that would be it. Absolutely none. Absolutely no objections. I actually do think it's better.
Mon stack d'ajatite là.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hydra.
Hello.
Hi
Okay.
there. So, yeah, as I said, we've got 2 new ships only this time. Yeah, you probably know the effect. There's a bit of a lull in Starbase in general, but
I'm just waiting for the potato effect to dissipate.
potato effect? Oh, you mean the low lot, right? All right, both of these new designs are again by MD Torch. I've told him I would come over to your voice chat. I don't know if he will do the same. I don't think so.
He's completely free to do so or not, up to him.
All right. But anyway, I mean, wanna have a look around first?
I'll let you present it. I think it's more interesting if you tell me like the important, interesting things to look at.
All right. I suppose the best thing is really we just start with the 2 new ships, right? Because that's gonna be the most interesting anyway. So yeah, let's start with this one. That's the very newest one that isn't really finished yet. We just built one example for EOS CON, which still working on. It's going to have a lot of rework to get done with its fuel load systems, but that is a dedicated moon landing freighter. And there's some ideas in there where I was originally saying to Torch, forget it, that's not gonna work, but he did manage to get it to like proof of concept stage where okay, it's clear that it can work in principle. I've seen it work the way it's supposed to be on the PTU a couple of times. But the idea is mostly on automated moon landing and start freighter.
I'll take a guess and say that this ship is in between 700 and 800 crates.
Yes, I think it was 750.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly 750. Anyway, the idea is that it's supposed to have start and land button, and then you point it to the surface and it lands automatically and it starts automatically. And I'm pretty sure you've already noticed those
Receivers, yes.
those receivers and the designator lasers. Well, if I summarize it like that, it sounds like a simple concept, but auto landing, auto start, and it's supposed to be able to have 3 other ships of the same kind just following it.
Oh,
So, yeah, the idea is to be able to quickly move a whole lot of materials off surface and onto surface for when when people are doing company mining trips, because we figured out that turned out to be just moving stuff off surface and onto surface is one of our main bottlenecks these days. You can just do it with just bigger freighters, but like chaining different freighters with a whole lot of landing and startup automation is what we are following with this one.
yeah, that kind of automation is not easy to achieve. We've been experimenting with it for way over a year now. But prefer to just since the towing has been out, we've preferred to use big towing ships.
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a, Chianou?
Je suis opérateur sur aucun de tes ships. Je suis dégoûté.
I still don't know if it is going to work out. I mean, some of the early tests we did on the PTU looked promising, but we still need to test with a whole lot of different players hosting it, with a whole lot of different moons. We only tried Elysium right now. As I said, we are in the middle of development for this thing, and EOS CON basically forced our hand to just build an example.
Honestly, considering how lag-inducing the PTU is, if it works on the PTU, it's quite promising.
Maybe. Although we didn't have major lag problems so far, maybe that was just luck. But anyway, the basic idea is for the landing to use a timer to estimate how long it's probably going to take, and use speed frame, cargo log frame for speed to measure the speed, and then do some calculation how far we've already fallen through the atmosphere, and then a couple of kilometers before the surface enable a number of rangefinders to find the surface and brake before we impact.
Do you know how the surfacer goes onto a planet in the fully automated way?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how it works?
Yes, George has made it, but I in principle
No,
I know how...
the surfacer. The surfacer is one of our
the
ships.
surfacer.
Yes.
Sorry, you're talking.
No
No,
worries.
I don't know. I haven't. To be honest, I still haven't checked out the surfacer.
Oh, you can check it whenever you want, and if that means never, no problem.
I mean, I think you've shown it to us at some point.
Last year's con. The surfacer literally dives to land. It goes butt first, and then it decelerates or accelerates as much as possible. So it goes 170 when it's trying to land, and when the rangefinder detects anything, it goes full thrust to prevent a crash.
Right. That's roughly what we're doing here, except this one doesn't have a lot of backwards thrust, so it does a 90-degree pitch up and uses the downward thrusters, which, as you can see there, there's quite a lot of them.
they are.
Yeah, that's basically the idea. I don't know, you've probably already noticed that one additional fuel chamber up here.
Yes.
That does deliver a bit power to the ship, but the main idea with that thing is to work as a clock. Because we ask around, and timekeeping in Starbase and YOLO script is just a hassle. It worked nicely on a couple of first tries with one of the two of us hosting the ship with just counting lies and YOLO scripts like
You say torpedo.
2 seconds.
You say torpedoes are incredibly accurate. They've got a timer.
Torpedo.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. The best thing we heard around, yet actually I was looking forward to you visiting us, because I was already speculating that once I tell you about the problem here, knowing you're going to tell us a solution. But we asked around on the Discord, and the best we could figure out at that point was a dedicated fuel chamber with one generator, run it at 1%, and then watch the fuel burn. But torpedo, it has a good timer. I mean, good timer.
So torpedo does have a timer. I do not. So one question I do not know, because I actually never experimented with it for that specific purpose. If I go onto the Starbase Wikipedia, Starbase Wiki torpedo. Skipiter is saying that that's my idea, nuclear clock. It's an interesting idea. And Damage, I did see your message. I just didn't address it just yet, because I will be addressing it when I get back to the main plot. So yes, the torpedo fuse has got a timer. How much time has passed since timer state has been activated in seconds, counting to 0 all the way up to something.
All right, so I suppose the next thing then would be to figure out experimentally if that's actually precise, because there's quite a few things in Starbase where the wiki more or less promises some precision, but then the precision is just not there.
Yeah, because the wiki is not maintained by the devs, it's maintained by the community, which is why there's sometimes massive discrepancies. I actually got a part of the Wikipedia to be corrected. I didn't know we could correct it ourselves, so Nick did the correction after I did my weapon testing. And I proved that a lot of stuff was incorrect.
I noticed that also some time ago, where I'm pretty sure for a long time the wiki was set up in a way where non-frozen byte employees just cannot edit anything. But I just randomly noticed at some point, like half a year ago or 1 year ago, that hey, if you have an account now, you can do some edit, but also it might need some manual
validation.
Validation from the admins. Yep.
I haven't partook in any edition of the Wikipedia, but yeah, I just know it's possible, nothing more. Just a heads up for the. Oh, sorry, MD was actually writing. Future backlog. 1.5 kilometers?
I'm trying to convince him to pitch up a bit earlier, because that's bound
How
to
do you get one? And you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised as to how efficiently ships can dissipate. What's intriguing me is how do you get 1.5? Because the longest detection range you get would be 1,000 meters with a rangefinder. So how do you get 1,500 meters?
That's what we need the clock for. We cannot just go to any service on the moon. We try to get a capital ship jump in point as precisely above a moon base as possible.
Okay.
And then we can see the
Let me give you a cheat code. Instant deceleration, no consequences. I'm not talking about a crash. You place a station, and you make sure no one has the right to access that station. Go right for that station. Simple as that. Literally as simple as that.
No, because you have to actually hit the station. And that we've tried a couple of times on the PTU. We usually aim for our moon base, but it's rare that we actually hit it. We can do it, of course, if we manually pilot the ship, but yeah, part of the idea, part of the deal is that we don't do that. That it happens automatically. So I don't think that's really an option unless we want to pepper much of the surface of the moon in question with bases.
Okay, then I do have an observation. It's more of like a question, half an observation. The way your ship is designed, those thrusters do not help one another at all. Because you're either going forwards or you're preventing yourself from going down, or you go up. I mean, that's the general idea. What the surfacer does is that in order to optimize the crate count and just in order to optimize the ship in general, most of the thrusters point downwards. That's why you use a gyroscope. Sorry, my mouse is moving all over the place. I've got a cat on it. A gyroscope allows you to measure very precisely 90 degrees. So the nose of the ship goes up and then the ship accelerates downwards. But it can afford to do that because all of the thrusters are at the back. So it knows it can decelerate fast enough. As a matter of fact, it can decelerate way faster than 1000 meters. And let me ask, Barov? Ah, he's muted. Ask Chano. Chano, le surfaceur, t'es familier avec ou pas?
Ouais.
Donc le surfaceur, il est capable de faire son auto-landing. Donc quand il pointe le nez vers le haut et qu'il descend comme un taré, il met combien de temps à décélérer?
Oh, pas longtemps, hein. Il met...
On est d'accord que c'est bien...
7 secondes, c'est ouais.
Ouais, donc
bien touché.
Yes, okay, so as Shanu just confirmed it to me, like even going over the max speed, because you're using a gravity assist, the ship decelerates incredibly fast, and then using the same gyroscope that used to be upright, it then goes back to the horizontal. Now the reason why I'm telling you this is because when you go forwards, you're pushing all the weight of those belly thrusters, and when you're using the belly thrusters, you're fighting against the weight of those back thrusters. I'm not saying that's a road that you may want to go to. I mean, but it's made. You may want to consider it.
En gros, il se retourne, il va en marche arrière pendant au bout d'un moment et après il thruste avec les thrusters de poussée comme si tu voulais aller vers l'avant, quoi, avec les thrusters forward pour compenser la gravité, et après il se retourne à 90 degrés et il vient se poser, quoi.
Well, to give you a very good example, the surfacer acts like a SpaceX rocket, really the same concept. It uses the back thrusters both to take off and to land.
Yeah, I can see. Well, I mean, it would be good if Todd were here to say something about it, because I was basically I had a discussion with him around those same ideas, and in fact the whole SpaceX rocket thing, there is something that came up, like pitch the thing like you go down to the planet cockpit first, but when you get close enough, you pitch up not 90 degrees but 180 degrees, so the backward thrusters point to the planet or the moon.
That's risky. Why would you do a 180 if you can afford to do a 90?
I don't know, because first of all, when you start your descent, your cockpit is pointing to the planet.
You don't need to.
In that case, I don't quite understand.
So first idea, so initial position.
So the surface is like parallel to the ground before descent.
Yes, before. So as you start, there's a very important tool, that's the gyroscope. The gyroscope allows the ship to know its own orientation. So the ship trusts the pilot to set it horizontal to the planet. So the nose is not up, it's not down, it's really level as the planet. You press the start button. The ship pitches 90-degree upwards. So now all of the back thrusters are pointing the planet, and it now reverses as fast as possible to accelerate. And now it's going down super, super fast. And the very moment the rangefinders at the back detect anything, it fires all of the back thrusters, stops the speed, and then gets the ship to go back to be horizontal. Just that.
Yeah. Okay. I see how that would work. Yeah. Sure. I mean, we could talk about that.
But I mean, your ship does look nice. I mean, your ships usually do. I'm wondering if you wanted max speed, you may want to strafe upwards and go forwards at the same time.
You mean like diagonally?
Yes.
I
don't know if that's going to give you much more speed, but it could be a fun thing to try.
We could try that, but quite honestly, going max speed was never a priority for the ship. It was more the priority ship to. I mean, going faster could of course help if you're going like 100 kilometers up to a cap ship somewhere. Of course, going faster means you finish faster, but still, that wasn't the top priority.
Yeah, I've really got a mentality of got to go fast.
Yeah, I can see.
But I mean, hey, if you're content with what the ship is already doing, that literally is what matters the most. I really like how your designs are always nice and plated, and all of the ships have got a very uniform color.
Yep. Yeah, that's been our thing from the beginning. We just came from Arcslot and had a few comments on that because obviously has a fairly different design philosophy, but
I mean, so do we. That's why
with unplated ships, but very creative shapes. So he makes it work that way. But I don't think it would work for our design philosophy.
As long, by far, what's most important is like condition number one is enjoying the game. As long as you're enjoying the game, heck, I designed most of my ships are boxes. There's not a single plate inside, it's just boxes. They fly well, but they're boxes. There's no, I'd like to fly it, you know, like I can get some, I'd like to fly it when I look at your ships. Most of them, I'm like, no. Mine are not as interesting. But my ships are all about the stats, all about pushing those numbers as far and as high as possible.
Yeah, although you've got quite a lot of the interesting YOLO stuff.
Yeah.
I think you've always when you visited us, you had some YOLO tricks to recommend to us.
Most of which is completely for free, and by the way, if you want to pick some on my Discord, there's a lot of it there.
Yep, thank you.
You're welcome. So what's the other new ship?
Alright, here we see our exhibition booth from the last 2 years cons. You've probably seen that already.
Yep, I did, I remember.
Alright, I mean, we can, after we do this one, we can go over the iconic ships that we were asked to bring. I don't know if that's the most iconic once again, but let's finish on the Harbinger.
I am incredibly intrigued by that cockpit.
Yeah, that's again, that's almost 100% Andy George's work, and he had some interesting ideas. I mean, if you remember the Yukon class,
that's a good approach, Skipper.
Quite a bit of talk. I think it was you two who said that if you sit in the pilot seat, one of those beams would be in your way. So there was quite a bit of talk about cockpit visibility. And apparently Torch took that to heart and designed a cockpit with...
Completely agree, that's completely agree. I've got a...
Yeah, the only way you could get a lot more visibility would be to have no plating, no glass.
Do you want a good tip as to how to use welding blocks in between plates if you don't want to have those bolts?
Sure.
The trick is to use a cable. So you cable from one part to another, so it is going to attach those together. You won't be keeping the cable, but it's important to start with the cable. So the cable goes where you want to attach those two plates, glasses together, and then you come with welding blocks and you place the welding blocks on the cable itself. So you locked the plates or the glass. Plates and glass are now non-interactable, and you come and you weld the cable. And then using the cable tool, you remove the cable itself. And you are left with just the welding blocks in place. This is the trick that I use, and I'm fairly certain Arconus uses it too, in order to have boltless designs. I'm fully aware that bolts on plates are not an issue for you, but I was wondering if you'd like the technique in order to have less visible bolts on glass.
Actually, we were talking about to Arcanus about a very similar thing just a couple 2 hours ago or something like that. Yeah, he also told us an interesting trick, but it was slightly different. First of all, it wasn't about glass plates. It was about glass. Sorry.
No worries.
It wasn't about glass plates. It wasn't about welding blocks, but about bolts still. But he managed to use one of those duct tools that allow you to go through a beam or through a plate. Those how are they called? The plug tools that almost nobody uses. Because
I think I see which one you mean. Freelancer uses them. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, indeed.
And
yeah.
Apparently you can place a socket tool similar to what you just described with a cable. But what he then managed to do is he managed to drive a bolt from inside one of the plates into the other glass plate. So that way he managed to connect the edges of the plates directly.
No, I wouldn't want to. I mean, he's got. Okay, buddy. Oh. Sorry, 1 second. My cat is being a pain. And sorry, back at you. My cat wants all the attention. And the reason why I use that cable to go on... Okay, so it looks like I do need to learn a little bit more about that socket bolting, because now Zombie Mouse is also recommending it. But the reason why I mainly use that cable trick is because it allows me to place multiple welding blocks along like straight lines super easily, and then it's up to you if you want like the small welding blocks or the big ones. I mean, hey, as long as the results are satisfying to the person using the tools, I think someone...
As you can see here right now, we haven't used either of those tricks. We have used that overlaying connector glass plate, which works, but yeah, obviously it's not that pretty. So
the end result is still, I wouldn't say it's not pretty, because you still got a very interesting cockpit, which is like a mega big cockpit. That's not something I see on many ships, period. Plus you've got a front, down, left, right, a very good visibility.
Yeah, but like a bit of a general idea was, I mean, as you can see when you look at all the seats in there, and they even labeled ops captain, ops pilot, and captain. It was to have a bit more of a bridge than just a cockpit, because that as it says on the outside, it's supposed to be command ship, so big and representative.
Still, I really like that cockpit. One recommendation, it's the very famous sentence, I mean, computer programmers love it, but I mean, I'm taking it out of context on purpose. And the sentence, it's not a bug, it's a feature. And the reason why I'm telling you that sentence is that you can go along with things that are not intended and still make them part of the final design. I'll give you an example. If you must use bolts, why not put patterns into the bolts to make them a little bit nicer to look at, a bit more homogeneous? If you don't want bolts regardless, you can go with like straight corners rather than rounded corners. Granted, not as interesting, but it still would allow you to have 432. So wait, you can even use 144 572 glass plates and just have them all around. And it would allow you to have a completely boltless design. Or if you wanted a different approach, you could try to color the glass plates different colors. To have the glass plates in one angle in one color and the other angle and like diagonally green, straight would be yellow. I don't know, it's just ideas. So instead of trying to be unsatisfied with it because it's not quite what you want, the suggestion is to completely take it and incorporate it into the end design.
Yeah, that is an interesting idea.
Not easy to implement, really not easy to implement. I'll give you one of the ways that I implemented it, a weird way. My Imperator needed many more thrusters in order to get its speed. So I started, instead of just, because I had to have those thrusters, but I didn't want...
Why am I getting friend requests from Spice Drop?
Me too. I'll make it an absolutely big pleasure of mine to completely ignore that friend request. Seriously.
That's weird. Okay, but back to the topic.
There you go. Oh, he intends on spamming it. Okay, I can ignore it.
Oh yeah, he keeps finding ways to annoy people. Doesn't matter. Where were we?
Talking about design choices.
Yeah, and yeah, go with what you've got and basically see what the best you can make of it, even if it's not, if what you're given to work with is not the ideal thing, which, yeah, it is Starbase, but I mean, to put it more simply, yeah, a bit more primitive, you work with what you've got, right?
Yes, exactly. Like, I absolutely hate using decals in my work. I just really don't like using them. I've got a massive admiration for those that really successfully use them, but I still want my ships to look nice and have logos. So I went through the road of using triangles.
The road of using
triangles, small plates. If you look at the Imperator has one, it's got a big logo on display. There's just the decals for the eye of the eagle, the rest is 100% plates.
All right, is that a bit like the idea with that Antares logo up here?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. That also has one big advantage because those things are often, I don't know if this one is, but those things are often also visible in low lot.
If they're big enough, yes they are.
I don't think this one is big enough, but I should pay attention. I mean, I've known this design for a while, why do I not know if this thing is visible in low lot? But yeah. All right. Yeah, let's do a walk around.
I'm a very simple person. I see a plasma thruster, I like it.
Yeah, plasma thruster was a bit of a was quite a lot of a hassle. Getting the ship balanced properly with a plasma thruster that's not easy, and I don't think it's still. I still think it's still not completely 100% balanced, and I think the plasma throttle is at some. I don't know what percentage, but it's definitely not 100% efficient. Somewhere below it. It's not so nice, but yeah. There's not so much we can do about it anymore. Ah, so you're inside by now?
Yep, I'm enjoying the view. By the way, I'm pressing F3 a lot, so if ever MD Torch writes something, please do mention it to me. Because it erases all the transponders and everything, but it also... yeah, plate pictures are really something interesting. But that also means that as a consequence, I can't see when people are writing to me in the chat.
All right, noted. Sometimes, I mean, when I'm engrossed in something like this, I sometimes also miss it, but I'll try to pay attention. All right. I mean, you've probably already noticed the main floor here. It's a bit Star Trek inspired.
It's enjoyable. There are so few ships that can afford interiors, because when you push for stats, that just becomes too much to deal with.
Yep. You've already noticed our YOLO experimentation room. I mean, not all of that is experimentation. The big racks here are just standard YOLO racks, but there's a station on the side here that's specifically for experimentation with some allow you to connect or disconnect the thing from the ship network. It's basically just a play thing. The idea is on long trips, it allows you the option to try out some stuff in YOLO, more or less. Some test displays, some test buttons.
FC backwards equals 100, go to 1, done. So, just imagining the drama it could cause if people got bored.
Yep. All right. Yeah, basically just standard YOLO. Arranged in a way that immediately takes up a lot more room than it has to, but yeah.
Hello, Kampf.
It's arranged to look nice. And this cabin here, to the side, we've got just a recreation machine and a cargo lock frame to give you, to store some of your standard tools, maybe a weapon, maybe ammo. So you've got something when you respawn.
I've got Zombie Mouse saying that the padded walls remind him of the Nostromo and Alien.
Oh, do they? I don't know if George had that particular thing in mind, but I know that he's a big fan of that ship. He likes talking about it a lot. I was more personally. I was reminded more of Enterprise always from the earlier ships.
I'm appreciating those doors. Can you please close and open them?
Sure. Now you're logged in.
Nice.
They're also labeled on the outside. Maybe not entirely. Yeah, sometimes not visible when they're open.
Yeah, Skipper is saying bolts can be part of the decoration. I agree. It's not easy to use bolts as decoration, but it is possible.
Yep. All right, here you've got some bolts in it, but more spaces than usual. Machine room. You've got our refilling station for propellant. I think it's the same idea that Arc was also using, although we came up with it independently. It's not a very complicated idea, to be fair, but you can probably guess what it does, right?
Mm-hmm. I can.
Yeah, just that. Converter for the solar panels, and down there you can go to the nav logger.
How many crates does it have?
I think about 60. The idea was to be able to bring enough materials to make to not just write a nav chip, but also to immediately Torch also says about 60. To immediately establish a small base with a big enough ship hangar. And I don't think no, a recreation machine is not part of the budget, but it is enough for basic station with a not quite max size ship hangar.
Ship looks really good. So right above us, I'm presuming that's where the plasma thruster is running.
But probably yes, must be yeah. You've got this sensors thing there.
I've got a question. The armor of the ship is bastium and corrodium, right?
I think a lot of it is actually plated with something else. Torch, do you know that? Allium.
Allium. Okay, here's my idea for you. I don't know if it will work, but you can plate the whole back of the ship with something much heavier to get the center of mass of the ship to go upwards.
Actually, we did stuff like that. Torch has already done stuff like that.
I did notice a little bit of corrodium at the back.
That was actually already part of it.
Zombie Mouse would like to know what the sound devices are doing on your ship. Oh, I have to stop my music if you want to demonstrate them.
Yeah, I have to refer to Torch again. I'm pretty sure one part of it is running out of fuel. The other one is warm up for the hollow propellant. The other part is definitely warm up of the plasma thruster. So plasma thruster warms up or it charges, and you get an audio notice when it's ready to go.
Nice. I am most definitely taking notes as to how you did your cockpit. It is very inspiring.
Screen can be folded up for a bit more visibility. We do still have some problem with the grid displays with actually making it good look good.
It's hard. It's really hard.
Right now it kind of works. But yeah, we have to look at that a bit more. Are you stuck there?
No.
No, you're not.
I have a project of a ridiculously expensive station hopper that got temporarily suspended, and looking at your cockpit has most definitely given me ideas as to how to pick up the project again.
For a station hopper that large? I thought a station hopper would be something really
eight
small.
plasma thrusters. 8 plasma thrusters. I think that tells you enough about the ship.
That doesn't sound like a station hopper to me. Maybe you have a very different idea.
That's the whole point. I mean, it's like using a Lamborghini to go and get groceries. It's all about making a point.
Yep.
It's like, I'm rich, and you know how rich I am. That's what I use.
And you can't even get a whole lot of groceries into a Lamborghini.
No, neither would you in my station hopper.
All right. Plasma thrusters, okay, on a station hopper. I want to see that when it's finished. Oh, hey,
I started it and I went quite far into the design before I got unsatisfied. I made 3 different versions of it, and that's definitely one of my projects.
All right.
Yeah, I'm very, 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 very seriously considering doing it again.
Okay, but I suppose before we finish here, I think we should at least have a look at the conference room, and maybe let's go up to the left there first. That's our crafting room. yeah, fairly simple, self-explanatory. You do get access to the to the cargo here, to these resource bridges. Yeah, other than that, just crafting benches, and for a ship called the Harbinger, that's supposed to be where you go to establish a foothold. That's something you want, right?
It is important.
And other side, probably many have already probably seen that from the outside through those windows. But yeah, here's our conference room.
Nice, really nice. I'm very appreciative of the thoughts that went into the details.
Yep.
Is this ship max voxel volume?
It's close. It's actually close.
Thought so.
I know.
I made enough big ships to have a feel of when a ship is getting very close to them.
Yep. But as you can probably tell, in the case of this one, it's all the details. It's all the details that push it to various limits. But yeah, I mean the result is the result speaks for itself. It's absolutely presentable.
Did a very good job. Says voxel volume is the issue with this one. It's object. Yeah, that's another limit I'm very familiar with. The Imperator, with its smaller size than this one, has got 30,999 bolts, 14,450 objects.
Yep.
And it's a much smaller ship.
That's a lot. I don't have the Imperator in front of my mental eye right now, but yeah, can believe you.
Ah, better. I just turned all the transponders off. Much better now. I can keep the chat open. Okay, so these ships were there at the previous EOS cons.
Yep, these weren't at the previous EOS cons. One tiny little detail. Here's a towing beam. Just, since the ship has a bit of power and it's going fast already, just slap a towing beam on it. Not a very good tag, but it can tow some small ships. But yeah, this is we've already brought a small selection of ships that got looks on the last EOS cons. But yeah, most of them you've probably already seen.
This one,
already seen.
This one was there at EOS Con 3. That's when he was added.
Yes.
I don't remember.
This one actually was already on EOS Con 2.
Oh, okay.
The Saber-Tooth was new on EOS Con 3. And this time we only brought one version of the two. Like there are 3 versions of the Saber-Tooth and 2 of the Rapier, but this time we only brought one of each. Yeah, I mean, I can just go over the basics again. Those are both somewhat budget-oriented fighters. The Saber-Tooth is a more budget one. Comes in 3 versions: A, B, and C. A is tier 1, B is tier 2, T is tier 3. And the idea was to have something in case we lose access to strategic materials.
Good point.
A version is save zone materials only. B version is some more belt materials, and C version also uses the cheaper ones of the alloys. Honestly, personally, I don't think we're ever going to need the A version, because the only thing there's very little that the B version uses that we can't find in the C zone. We probably will always be able to find it on the auction house. And the jump in performance from A to B is pretty large. I don't think you want to fly an A version if you can avoid it.
Yep, fair enough.
Right, they all have the saber-tooths all have 4 autocannons. The rapier has 6 laser cannons in the A version and 4 laser cannons and 2 plasma cannons in the B version.
Zombie Mouse is saying that this is one of his favorite ships when it comes to the general vibe it has.
The Apedia?
Yep.
Yeah, that got looks on every EOS Con so far. Torch says, "Oh, thank you so much." Yeah, again, mostly Torch designs. Actually, come to think of it, this time we bring every single one of these designs is one of Torches. Yeah, maybe in later EOS Cons when the game breaks up again, we're going to have more designs from other people to present again.
Will be nice.
Yeah, he said we built the temperature. I helped with a number of things, actually with most of these ships, with mostly scripting and stuff. But the design is almost exclusively Torches. Yeah, also an older design, also probably seen it already.
Yep.
We can easily remote control all those turrets that work. Was a lot of work quite a while ago to get it working right. We have plans to upgrade the designs to some of the new things like professional ULOT chips, so we don't have to do the sine and cosine calculations manually. And to give it like these ammo, the separate ammo resupply crates, so we don't need to have the ammo separately on the sides here.
Okay, you may want to be aware that turrets do not let ammo flow through.
Oh.
So if you want to do that, there is a solution, but it's a bit of a pain.
Probably with touching ducts again.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Or pipes that just go through the middle.
Pipes, okay.
It may have been shadow patched, but if it did, I'm not aware of it. Last time I experimented with them, I realized that no, it wasn't working. But it was quite some time ago, like more than half a year ago.
Okay, thank you a lot for pointing that out, because I can absolutely see us wasting a lot of time on this if we hadn't known this. If we didn't know this, so...
Well,
probably
if
just saved us hours of frustrations with that just that one remark.
sockets are also a very good idea, says the zombie. Okay, yeah, but it does introduce a problem. These turrets, the guns go on to the basis of the turret in a very specific way. My recommendation, if you really want to do something that's fun and very reactive, go and check Commando Dogo on YouTube. He actually released quite a few of his ships, and he's got some very, very interesting stacked turrets. So his turrets turn unbelievably faster. He makes really big contraptions. I'm not saying like do big contraptions, but what I am saying is that it will solve your problems of how it spins. Getting the ammo, getting the electricity, and also how to armor it properly. So you may have the possibility of adding some adequate armor on your turrets.
Okay, about those.
Je fais switch, moi, puis,
Tout chelou.
ouais.
Okay. About the stack turrets, yeah, we've actually seen those ones today on Arcana slots. He used some very large ones, but the other ideas, yeah, definitely you should check that out. I don't know. I think in the current design, as it stands right now, we might be able to get one level of stacking in there, but I'm skeptical if it fits with those thrusters there. We would probably have to enlarge the ship to make. No. There's
no need. You can move the turrets forwards a little bit. It would be much less work than trying to move the thrusters backwards.
I don't know if we can. I'd have to open the blueprint. I think there was some reason somewhere why that wasn't as easy of a solution as I'm thinking right now. But yeah, I have to look that up. Yeah, moving the turrets forwards looks like it would be a good idea. But yeah, let's look at it. Of course, if we do that, if we move the turrets, we have to completely redo, and that's gonna take hours again. The whole.
Well, I mean, if you're going to be doing stackable turrets with armor and whatnot, I mean, we're talking about a different ship here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, basically, but we had to manually figure out exactly where we need to stop firing the turrets.
MD Torch, I can tell you in advance that the ball turrets are not going to be remote controllable. I mean, that maybe they will, but it wasn't the intent with them. The intent was to have the ball turrets be hosted by a separate player. So the idea is that right now, if I want to multi-crew a ship, I can have my tripod. And with the tripod, there's no problem because I'm the one hosting it. But the problem is the very moment I want to interact with a part of the ship that is connected to you, then there's problems. So the whole point, because that's why it's just like so lag-inducing. Doggo tried it and it was really difficult. That is why he... he didn't do that in the end. So the idea with the ball turrets is that you would host the ball turret itself, so it would be lag-free on your ship. Would it be remote controlled with YOLO? I do not remember any information about that. It has been such a long time since we last talked about it.
Question to someone on my screen. Damage. You said you have a ship on your plot with very small bolt tabs inside the glass. Which is your plot? Can you tell me? Okay, sorry. Back to you.
No worries. You can check him on the map. He's on the same plot as us. So if you go for the giant Ouroboros logo, you will find his plot. Oops.
Right. Damage, does it say which company is? I don't see him in the station.
Freelancer. Area. He's called Freelancer on Starbase.
All right. Okay, then maybe we'll check that out.
Thanks a lot for presenting your plot. I'm going to be...
Yeah, thanks for visiting. It was a pleasure as always.
Yeah, really fun to visit you guys.
Yep. Well, have fun then.
Thank you.
Goodbye. And
goodbye.
I'm pretty sure we'll see each other again.
Oh, for sure. Don't hesitate to hop onto my Discord whenever you feel like it for questions. No need to wait for your scons.
All right. Sure. I go back to our own voice chat then, and yeah, I have a lot of fun.
Thank you. Thanks again for the presentation.
You're welcome. See you.
See you. Damage, did you tell me? So you told me, scroll up, UA Shipyard is on holiday with a Steam Deck, and Andy Hotspot is in a tent. Can they write? Can they go on the Discord? Can they go on Twitch? I mean, I'm fine with any. Okay, so right now the current status is that I visited the heavy industries, bottom left of the map. If Damage's friends are there, I'm going to be visiting them on our plot. Otherwise, I'm very simply going to start roaming around until someone wants to present their plot. So either I visit everything or I visit it with someone. Olo happy comment. I'm very unsure I understand what that means. This would be There's some really nice looking ships. I'm really looking forward to visiting them all. So where am I? That's going to be our plot just there. So that would be octans. No, I think I got lost. Ace take and mint mining. There you go. Okay, okay. That would be octan, arcspark. I'd much prefer if my ships started loading at some point. I don't recall if Vega was connected on my stream or not. Ha! The piggy dispenser. They are good ships. And Jungo, I recall that you've actually, yeah, you've got your own ship, or at the very least your own stand, which should be over there if I've got my bearings correctly. Do you want to present your ships? I just noticed the zombie mouse is in the AFK sleeping on my Discord. What are you doing in there? You've got two. Do you want to present them now? Yeah, let me put my stream deck here. Much better. Should have done that earlier. No worries. Thank you, Zombie. But you're welcome, Commander. No problem. If you want to, Commander, so right now I'm going to be visiting Jungo's ships, followed by Vega that said he should be coming soon, and if you want to, I can come and visit you right after. And I'd look at zombie, like Icarus and Zombie Mouse's stuff with great pleasure. Hey, I didn't have many ships this time either. I spent a lot of time on very specific ships. Yeah, and I know why, actually. Reminds me. He's up with his antics again. Oh, it times out. Ooh, that's interesting. I have no idea of what I'm looking at. Looks like a question asked was, do you like colors? Yes. Okay. Say no more. Oh, there's even chairs. Oh, there's Laurie. This ship looks dope. Okay, I'll visit it later. Jungo, which ones are your ships? I'm going to keep the camera still so it actually is possible to point them out on the screen. right as we are seeing them. I mean, there's only... Are those two? Those two just here. Okay. I'm just waiting for Jungle to provide with more detail. Gee, some ships are very shy today. That is an old design, seriously. Wow. Very old. Okay, looks like Django is running into issues. Well, Commander Dagger, I can visit your ships now. I'll visit Django's whenever he's not having any issues. Yes, Rukia, with his absolutely stupid big sphere. With great pleasure. Hello, Doggo.
Hey. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Cool, cool.
Okay, I'm not quite at your stand, but will be soon.
I'm just going into the game myself. So, give me a minute.
Take your time.
I always get scared every time I come back to my lots that everything's going to be broken again.
Well, someone that I will not name tried to ram to my ships, but mine are stupidly big and heavy. And non-foldable, non-moving pieces, so they didn't budge much at all.
Yeah, I didn't lose any from ramming, it was just those tool joint arms losing host and then...
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah. Just arrived. Okay, I think the few ships I've got are still intact, so I can show you those.
Cool.
So I've only really got 2 small intact ships. I had 2 mediums, they both broke, and I didn't want to repair them because they were super expensive.
I can help if you want to with the resources.
That's okay, I did send a ticket, but I haven't got anything back yet.
Fair.
So you've kind of seen this already, this is an old ship. I just brought it to take some space because my lot is kind of empty.
I remember you making a YouTube video as this one.
Oh yeah, I did 2 videos on this. It was quite a long time ago. It was before we did any, or before I did any tournaments, so I knew nothing about meta armor or anything.
No, but it was a lot of fun to look at, and you went in with an event. Don't remember which one, but there was a lot of testing and shooting.
Yeah, I think I did the boon cargo drop of this. But I was very lucky because no one there had a rail cannon.
I'm also noticing that only few people had laser cannons. Hello, Vega. Because most of the holes I'm noticing... Oh, you've got some small weapons fire holes. That's unusual.
Oh, didn't even notice. But these turrets, they're like ancient now, I suppose you could say.
Yeah.
They used the old robot arms, the really big ones. And the big ones, they just take up so much more space. They're not as inertia resistant as the smaller tool joint arms because the further the turntables are away from the beams of your ship, the less resistance it has to inertia. So generally, I just don't use the big arms anymore.
Zombie Mouse just reminded that the Kai is on holidays, so that's why you're not getting any answers. And someone did have a railgun, by the way. Or is that a plasma?
I just remember I did the cargo event of this, and I thought it was so good because I was taking fire from all sides. And then I just did one spar against Kai on the PTU, and he just one-shot railed me.
Yes!
It went clean through 3 Trojan plates, or that was the 2, I don't know.
Yeah, you got shot at in all aspects with autocannon fire. Shooting and being shot at with autocannon is a lot of fun because the ships last way longer.
Yeah.
Fun.
Okay, I'll show you, I suppose I'll show you another broken one. I'll leave the best for last.
You may want to share your screen just in case I'm not...
I don't even know how to do that.
On Discord?
No, I'm a boomer.
No worries. Bottom... So, on the bottom left, there's a button, turn on your camera, don't press that one. It's right next to it. So, if you look really bottom left of Discord, you have like a few buttons. You've got your little avatar, you've got to mute, death and user settings, and right above...
Share your screen.
There you go.
Cool. Can I turn it off later?
Yes. Yes. There's no need to like leave a conversation or close anything. It's really easy to do.
Oh, okay. I think it's working.
Perfect. And yeah, you should normally see a button on your screen share. At the bottom of your screen, you've got like a stop sharing button.
It's where's that?
So see how now you can...
Oh, I see it.
Yeah, okay, you are currently streaming. It should display something like that. It's on the bottom.
I found it.
Perfect.
Learn something new every day.
It's really handy. That ship is...
So this was actually the 3K that I fought against you and some others the other day. But it's missing the whole turret on the top of it.
I'm so confused as to what I'm looking at.
This is the 3K that I fought against you with, but it's just missing the entire turret on the top of it.
Yeah, that I figured, but I was looking at the belly and noticing those heats, those enhancers that are on top of the blades.
Yeah, so I kind of figured out that it's actually more efficient for the armor if I just have the enhancers outside of it, because it has enough travel distance to enhance the generators even if they're outside the plate. So that way I can have bigger plates on the bottom. But the bottom never gets hit, almost, because this is a diagonal fighter. So all shots will come from diagonal above, because that's where I'll be aiming the turret.
Yeah.
But obviously the turret is missing because hosting issues, and it just flew off by itself.
Maybe one of those 3 turrets that were on the left?
No, it's not one of those ones. The turret for this one, I recorded a tiny bit of footage. It literally just hovered miles away and that's disappeared. I have no idea. Okay, I'll show you.
Oh, there it is. No, that's not it. Oh yeah, I saw pieces of ships all over the EOS CON. Some ships did break.
Yeah, mine have... I think each of my ship has broken like 5 times already. I've had to use a reconstruction machine. That's one of the reasons why I'm too tired to stream.
Fair.
just constantly repairing and bringing the stuff back.
Here's another pro tip for you that I actually do use for some instances. I've got a second computer that really does not need to be powerful, on which I just let him host everything, and he keeps the host because he's not moving.
Ah, do you have that in your lot?
Currently no, because I don't have any sensitive ships. But if ever I went with one of my turreted ships, even like the mining ones, then yes, I would most definitely do that.
Ah, interesting. Well, I don't have a second computer lying around. So.
Well, you can use GeForce now.
Ah.
You do pay like a little bit, but considering you get literally access to your Steam games through what is arguably one of the best possible computers for consumers, it's a very good budget. That ship looks like he really adamantly wants to turn on his own. Yeah, that ship is nasty. It's very unpleasant to find. Is that the one with which you fought me, or is that another one?
That was another one. That was the 3K. I actually did terrible against you. I don't know why, but I just couldn't lead my shots against you, and I did a lot better against everyone else.
Yeah, but even if you didn't hit me there, I do remember that they were close, uncomfortably close.
Yeah, I did get 2 wins that day, so I was kind of happy with that. This one, this is a bit over 1,000 tons. It's 1,100. A bit more than that, actually.
Full rail guns, 8 turret. Are you controlling the turret, or is it spasming on its own?
Oh, that was me. I just put it on demo mode, so if you walk in.
Okay. I was like that. I was wondering if your ship was possessed.
No, I have possessed ship later, or I don't.
No, because like it's really desperately looking for a target.
But for some reason, this was the first one out of the latest 3 that I made. But for whatever reason, the rail cannon seems to be quite effective on a turret, which is odd because I thought it would be the opposite. Because rapid fire, if you have a turret, you tend to have a lot more chances to aim at your opponent, since you don't have to face him. So obviously I thought rapid fire would be better, but for whatever reason the rail cannons just seem more effective.
You're giving yourself more shooting opportunities, that's what you're doing. If you give me a tiny ship that has got 1 railgun but not enough power to sustain the railgun, the fire rate goes down. And because it's going down, I now only want to shoot when I'm incredibly confident I can hit, which in turn means the fire rate just plummets even more. Whereas if it's mounted on a turret, you can actually confidently take many more shots.
True, and I think it's also just because I'm strafing, zigzagging whenever I shoot with a turret, so there's more chance to hit them at the sides. And then the other thing as well is, most ships, I noticed your fighters and good practice, and a lot of your fighters, they turn very, very slowly. Whereas my ships, they turn very quick because I don't need to turn slowly because the turrets do that for me.
Not for long. Just warning you, not for long. Do not get confident on that one, because the speed at which my ships is turning is really annoying me. And knowing myself, that means that I'm going to end up with a ship that turns way too fast. As in, gently touch the keyboard and the ship turns like 3 or 4 times.
The issue we'll run into then is probably the dead zone of the C menu.
Don't you use like a keyboard shortcut for like a quick button to change the sensitivity?
I do, and I never use it.
No, I do that with my ships. I have one right mouse click for the ship sensitivity to slow that down, and then I have a third mouse button to slow the turret sensitivity down. And I do that a lot on and off during combat. Because if the turntables are set to their max speed, they're super responsive, they're super inertia resistant, but then the only downside is they have this little micro shake, so they're not 100% accurate. But if you slow the turntables down to like 1.5, it keeps just about enough inertia resistance, but the aim is much smoother. so you can like do very fine precision shots from a distance.
All of my ships have got 2 turning speeds, when moving and when not moving. If I'm not moving and turn like a turret, the ship turns on itself considerably faster than when I'm also going forwards. So sometimes I'll combine both. I'll be going forwards, I'll be orbiting, and if I see you turn too quickly, I'll stop going forwards, turn faster, use my inertia to continue moving in the initial direction and get back at it.
Oh yeah, I never thought about stopping. Yeah, you can turn faster if you stop, can't you?
Yes.
Yeah, I've got too much to think about already when I'm flying. So yeah, here we have a different variant. So yeah, I pretty much just used the same chassis, but I removed some of the generators from the bottom. I reduced the weight to 1,000 tons, and I put autocannons and plasmas. So 4 autocannons and 4 plasmas.
Nice.
This was my first shoddy attempt at decals on the front.
I really don't like decals, that is why I do plates.
Yeah, it took me ages, and yeah, it does look a bit blocky, but better than nothing, I suppose.
The annoying part about decals is you place a few down and oh, now you already have like 1 decal counts for 5 because it's across like 4 plates.
Yeah, Commander, I've actually got a very good tip for you when it comes to details or decoration in general. You go onto Google and you write low poly whatever you want. So low poly fire will give you fire pictures that are very polygonal. When I wanted to do my Ouroboros, when I wanted to do my Eagle or whatnot, I always go for low poly stuff. That's where I get my inspiration.
Reference.
Yeah. Yep.
One other thing I learned with these small ones I made now is if you have a look at the cockpit seat, you can see the opening is very small, but I actually have a lot of vision because I realized that when you have the seat upside down, you can get it really, really close to the window. So if you flip the seat backwards,
sit upside down.
Yeah, so it's literally backwards and upside down. By doing that, you can literally face plant into the glass. You're like so close to the glass that the hole is so small, and I still have really high vision. But I suppose it's not much point on your ships because your ships are like you have to sit upwards.
No, my chairs are more and more inclined forward, so you are in fact kissing the glass.
Yeah, but your chairs are the opposite direction to my one. Mine's upside down.
Yeah, but my chairs are more and more inclined too, because the weakness with my glass system is that if I get shot diagonally from the top, those are like the killer shots for most of my ships. The cannon will deal with me very easily. It's obviously very difficult, but Pegran, Praxis, and few more players have become really adept at just turning around, waiting for the good opportunity, and then blasting you, almost one-shotting you.
Rail cannon? Yeah, for me, with these last iterations of ships, I've just gone for diagonal. So if you look at the bottom of the ship, it's like got no armor. It's almost completely exposed because there's almost no chance I'm going to get shot in a duel on the bottom half.
Yeah, but that makes you a duelist.
Yeah, true. So these last few ships are made specifically for dueling.
Yeah.
But I really do want to make like something huge, like a max Voxel, and just use everything I've learnt for it to be like an all-rounder that can take lots of small opponents. Every time I start one, I just get I learn something new, and then I just want to start over again.
I've got a question. I don't know if you've considered it, but your turrets don't need to do 360, correct?
No, not for tournaments, no.
So that also means that you could, in fact, add thrusters right here, where I'm standing.
Oh yeah, I actually did that on the 3K that I showed you before. Well, I don't know, we could go back over there.
I guess the turret does
Because that also means that you don't need to armor the back of your turret at all.
Well, that's true, but I'll explain the balance issues with the turret in a second.
Yeah, you've got so many constraints to deal with.
It's definitely very awkward. If you see if you look at the back here, I did exactly what you said with this top line of thrusters. That usually goes directly behind the turret, but the turret's missing now, obviously. And then if you have a look at the bottom line of thrusters, we have them angled like 10 degrees downwards.
Junko, I'll be visiting Biga just before, and then I'll be visiting you.
The center of mass on every turret ship is way higher than the center of thrust. So the only way to get it to fly straight and be reliable is to have a lot of awkward thrusters like this one here on the sides, and then have like thrusters on the back that face 10 degrees downwards. And of course there's the third option which you just said, and that's just have thrusters on the back that are very high.
Yeah.
But in general you have to have some weird placed thrusters if you want it to fly straight, or it just literally spirals out of control.
You've got some weird constraints.
Yeah, well, I didn't have that many constraints with my Banshee from a few tournaments ago that had 2 turrets on both arms.
Yeah.
That was pretty much like any normal ship, but the problem is because it's a tournament, you have to have the weight extremely low to what I'm used to. And so if I've got 2 big turrets on either side of the ship, I've literally got nothing to work with, and that Banshee was paper. It literally, I remember you blew me up in 5 seconds with your Apex.
Yeah, but the Apex terrified players. I mean, it's a glass cannon. It was super fragile. You shot at me on the side, I was kaput. But players got really intimidated when they just started seeing these wall of lasers going out.
Yeah, but even so, I think most people could take a couple of hits. I literally took 1 shot and my Banshee was down. I was just like, nah, that's not going to do. So that from that point onwards, I was like, I've got to limit the angle dramatically, so I just have 1 turret on the top. And then as soon as I started doing that, I realized that the thrusters had to be all over the place because it would just spiral out of control no matter what I did. But
so many constraints.
As you can tell from our sparring though, this can take a hit.
Yeah, it was fun to fight. Vika just had a fun idea. Well, Commander Dogger, thanks a lot for showing me your plot. I'm most definitely very interested to see what you're going to be designing.
Yeah, sure, no problem. It's probably going to be a max Voxel next, and it's just going to have nothing to do with tournaments or anything. It's just going to be to fight anybody and everybody.
Skip was asking, are those error blocks? If by error you mean reactive armor, then yes it is.
Oh yeah, each one
sacrificial armor.
Each one of these can take a rail shot and they're angled 15 degrees up because the turret is usually aiming about 30 degrees up.
Just an idea for you. Why not making a 2 turret design? But the idea would be to have no, like, obviously your turrets don't have any bottom armor for very obvious reasons, but why also not make turrets that don't have any top armor at all? So it would be like these 2 partial circles, left and right of the pilot, which are encased in the ship itself.
Okay, so you mean like a bit like the Banshee, but you just have everything behind the 2 turrets or something? So
your Banshee was at the 2nd tournament, if I recall.
Yeah, I think so.
So what I'm describing is a more is to have less armor overall, because you don't want armor in between the turret and the ships at all. The Banshee sacrificed a lot of its mass in order to achieve that. But I'm thinking, Dogger, is it really important to have 2 axis turrets?
What do you mean? Well, actually, I did have an experiment. I didn't have it ready for EOS CON, but I had an experiment with just a 1-axis turret, which is just pitch. And what it was going to be was an extremely long, thin ship that just has a automatic converging arm with a rail cannon, and then the rail cannon on the other side on the cockpit. And then that way, every time I shoot somebody, I hit them from two sides, even if they're facing straight at me. Because of the automatic.
Okay, that is most definitely a concept I want to see.
And then I was thinking as well, because my cockpit is on one half and the main cannon's on the other half, if someone like Praxis tries to blind me, like he does, then I can just very easily roll, because the ship is very thin and rollable.
Well, what I had in mind was it would be like a duelist ship, like obviously not a brawler, but the idea would be to turn on yaw. So as long as you're on the same axis as your target, you can... you wouldn't need to have the two axes. I've got no idea if it's practical or not, it's just the idea I had. Does make me want to test it though.
Yeah, I've definitely got a lot of ideas, but I think I'm going to prioritize the max voxel because I keep saying I'm going to do that and then I never do it. And yeah, my last max voxel was absolutely terrible compared to these ships now.
A few tips that were given to me to avoid lag. What really causes the lags is the object count and the bolt count. Those two are the #1 cause of a lag. So if you want to go like max voxel volume, use as many big plates as you can, big stuff. It's going to drastically reduce the induced lag.
Yeah, but like I was saying before, I'm pretty sure it's just the density.
Yeah.
Because I fought against people that had maxed out their objects and bolts, and same with me as well. But because the ship was very big and wide and spread out, it didn't lag too much. But if all the components are really squashed together, like 36 railings, 36 beams, 36 everything.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, and as soon as a couple of lasers pass through, your game crashes. So I think it's just the density. If I spread the ship out and just use those maybe 96 centimeter decorative plates, you know, those big chunky ones maybe?
Yeah.
I think I'll get away with that. And I might even risk the 48s on-in-them ones because they're still bigger than the railings, but yeah, I might just risk those on some of the essential parts. Something like that.
Well, Commander Duggar, thanks a lot for the presentation. I'm most definitely looking forward to seeing all of that.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for stopping by.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And see you next time.
See ya.
See you.
I suggest I mean, unless someone has got like a time constraint, I suggest I'll see Viga, I'll go back to Django, and then I'm going to be going to Icarus Project. Is that okay with everyone, or does someone have a time constraint that would require that I shuffle that a little bit?
No, that's perfect to me.
Okay, let's go.
Do you have a ship to get to the lot, or do you want?
Yeah, zombie, I agree. Sleep is a concept, you know. Okay, where am I going? So this is Tech. Okay, so Vika is going to be on the other side of Ouroboros. Oh, I'll hop on your ship. Wait a second. Oh, perfect. Hey, 1 hour ahead, does it mean it's past midnight for you, zombie? Do you want me to visit your plot next? Okay, thank you. I'll keep the order then. I don't want to go to bed too late either, so don't worry. I'm not going to. I'm not going to drag it, but many ships are very interesting, so I'll do my best.
Yeah. So.
Exactly, famous last words. I agree.
Yeah, the Vega industry slot. Any preference for ships you want to look at first?
Why are there two Siriuses?
One is the shot up version.
Who shot it? Me?
No, that's been shot up by Alpha. And yes, it flies.
So it flew here on its own. I mean, I can see...
It got out here, but I spotted it on its own power.
Oh, this still has one fuel chamber and 3 generators.
I actually had to add that in the end.
Okay.
The only new part I had to put on it was the tank. Literally, just add a propelled deck and it flies. Yeah, not very well, I think it's in.
I'll trust you. Please don't send it into the station.
Let's not. I mean, both of them probably don't have any Exorium anymore because...
Ah, yes. The famous sacrificial transponder. Right in front of the railgun.
The classic.
I'm amazed Siga authorized that one. I don't know if he's going to authorize it the next EOS CON. As a reminder, Viga did ask if he was allowed to do so. The answer was yes.
I just decided to do it, and it was not worth the controversy it sparked.
No, that sure did cause a lot of drama.
Yeah.
I think the rule should be no transponder equals player was vanquished.
You just said don't tempt it. Like just put it somewhere.
Were you ever able to hit anything with those torpedoes of yours?
Myself occasionally.
Fair. But I meant something useful.
I think with the King's Eagle, I once hit Farpoint when he was stopped.
I don't think you can hit anything else than stopped targets.
Yeah,
Torpedoes are too slow.
Yeah, they do go to 100. The issue is, at some point, the torpedoes catch the laser you're designating, and then they need to turn because the target is behind them. So they turn, lose their forwards momentum, and now you have torpedo behind you, going the same direction as you are, and then it hits you. That's the main issue with my missile system.
Yeah, no, yeah. I may see the problems that can cause.
Yeah. Maybe they could use a self-destruct for that safety or something, but yeah, it's...
So why have you been playing so much with those thrusters? What's so appealing to you that you really want to use thrusters like so?
Well, the thing is, I believe in mostly redundancy because yes, there will be because there are so many angles, there should always be a combination of thrusters that will move the ship forwards or kind of allow it to turn. That will kind of counterbalance it and all that. That's the hope generally, because the amount of directions that you can assemble a vector that goes the direction you want.
So why don't you protect the military bits more? Why do you leave them so exposed?
Because, well, A, looks, which is the worst excuse, and B,
no, it's a fair reason, honestly.
And B, I think it's just basically they get very bulky. They're very bulky, and putting a plate around it, they don't pack very densely.
Yeah.
And if the idea is redundancy, then it shouldn't, because they're in themselves redundant, they shouldn't need to be protected. But it has not worked out very well that often, so I might be changing that up.
The issue I have is whenever you take a hit on them, the flight computer takes about a second to recalculate how it's supposed to use the ship. And in that 1 second you go completely off course.
Yeah.
It also happens when your center of mass changes very brutally, which usually happens when you take a railgun hit.
Yeah, that was one of the things. But yeah, because of these thrusters, the damaged one actually managed to fly to my cap ship from Origin, which is like 30Ks, but that's straight. The issue is I only have roll in one direction, no reverse, or the reverse base, and only strafe one direction, and yeah. No up, no down.
Considering the damage, there's no doubt that you rammed. That's ramming damage. I can see some cannon fire, laser cannon fire at the front, but those missing plates will be missing due to you ramming them.
Yeah. Could be that I crashed into him. Probably you had to be a side swipe because all the frontal armor is still on. And I kinda tried to do double stacked armor in there. Where there was just space.
Huh.
Trying to fill everything between the lasers.
It's still got the laser cannon.
Yeah. It used to have a rail cannon as well, but I stole it from the ship because I had another ship to fix.
So, what about the next ship? This one here.
The Fairly, yes, that was my new kind of trying to build a ship optimized more for moon fighting, which is why it has more up thrust than normal. In fact, yeah, moon fighting, it's armored on the front and sort of on the top. The front was just because I wanted a ship that you can crash, but not have everything fly off. That's what the purpose of the sockets was.
I'd never noticed how cursed that beam setup was in the front of your ship.
Yeah, well, initially it was straight, but the issue is the laser cannons would shoot the beams. The lower middle one would hit the beam. So you had to kind of dodge that beam, but couldn't go straight down for the main reason there are sockets in the way.
Please remind me what the cables that go in the beams are for?
Parts count.
It's for what? Parts count?
Yeah, parts count is one of the best things to have when you're in a crash.
Fair.
Because the game just starts evaluating parts. Can it fly off? Can it not fly off? And at some point I think it just gives up.
Yes.
And that's also why you want long beams, because it needs to consider all the beams and like nothing. And it reduces the stress, I think. It's also a reason this ship is, like I said, inside, outside, and the crash frame. Where I tried to bolt all the plates to a different part of the frame than the inside.
Commando Dogo would like to know how good it is when ramming.
Well, let's just say I had in test mode 2 of them head on at, I think, probably crashing, going like 60, maybe 80 meters a second, because the issue is you can't pull back enough because of one of them would despawn. 80 meters a second, each of them flying, crashes in head on, collision, sockets on sockets, and basically nothing fell off of either ship. They were completely usable.
Nice.
That's like the 80% of the time at least. There are like 10% where some plates fall off, and the other 10 is like, yeah, lasers and stuff fall off. That was also a huge debate about connecting lasers, because you want the barrel bolted to a beam, because if it gets cut in half by a railcan or plasma, you don't want the stuff to fall off and clang in your ship, because these clang is stuff that just slows down. Slows ship down immensely. That's bad.
Nice.
Yeah.
How heavy is it?
0.8. Basically 0.8 kilotons. For 799 tons. Because the armor on it is Imrium.
All of it?
Except some frontal armor. And the railings, those would be on them, but I didn't have some, so I just replaced it with rhodium.
So the armament is 2 lasers, 2 railguns?
Yeah, 1 railgun.
Why are there 4 holes in the ship if you've only got 3 weapons?
Oh, it's 3 lasers, 1 railgun, I mean.
Oh, okay.
I thought you said 3 lasers.
No worries.
Yeah. One
Well,
idea I had is the Sirius. The front is kind of modular almost. Yeah, with that, one idea was actually take half the front, flip it on its side, and use that for a fighter. So you'd have 2 lasers, 1 rail cannon, and kind of a pitch fighter in that case. Is that all? Whole thing is just a group, basically. At the front's modular, so I can just kind of compare what works, what doesn't, and at some point I'll have enough to reuse.
Nice. So you've got more. Yeah, you've got that tiny little ship that you used to transport me. He's a bit of an older design, is he not?
That's actually pretty new. I made that because basically I was too tired of. Basically because I had a cap ship to build, and the issue is by the time I would do something on one side of the zone, and then while flying over to the other or walking, I would have forgotten what I did on the one side. So I built that so I could hop in, have mouse controls for turning and WASD for strafing, control shift for up down, so kind of like your endo controls. And that's how it would fly from side to side. The issue is, I thought you could actually place Voxel in cockpit view, but it doesn't. The game doesn't let you. You can remove blocks, but not place them. Yeah. That's the main idea. Seek is to move it.
And that last ship.
There are 2. There's the locomotive, but you've looked at the extension.
Oh, right. Please do show the locomotive after. I mean, unless you want to present it now.
No, we can show it after.
Okay.
Yeah, the King's Eagle, as I like to call it. It takes a minute to load in. Yeah, it's a troop transporter. This is actually the first ship I used the twister thrusters on. That's what these cells are called. That's why they don't have ducts. I think it hasn't loaded for you. Yeah. The VTOL ring as well for just general maneuverability. And the twisters in the back. It requires 2 MFCs because every of these thrusters needs to have its own connection basically. You cannot group them. For reasons. And
You could.
Gets punching.
You could. Those entire blobs could have one name.
I think it might confuse. He thought it would confuse TFC to then control all of them, because then what needs to fire when, and they're all in different directions, and that's.
It makes it a little bit more vulnerable to damage. But I mean, apart from that.
I think if you have them separate, the MFC would need to do less recalculations. Yeah, I made the ship tried to make the ship pretty.
I think you did a good job.
With all the decal work, it looks a little like an aircraft, right? With all the things here on top, the intakes warning, the fans here for the air conditioning packs.
2 torpedoes?
2 or 4 in total.
Is that a good idea?
Surprisingly, it hasn't killed me yet.
There's so many things wrong with that sentence.
So basically, what happens when? If you don't, there's an interlock that if someone tries to fire the back one, it fires the front one simultaneously. And what will happen in that case is the back one just goes poof, and the front one just fires.
Skipper is saying that 2's the limit. If you tried to do 3 in a row, it would kill you.
Okay. I wouldn't doubt it. I assume the game assume some developer at one point thought some endos will probably try to make like a torpedo shaft that opens, and it shouldn't blow their ship up if they accidentally fire into it. That's what I choose to believe. So they made some rudimentary safety. But yeah, basic with 2 it appears to work. Sort of. But if you fire one, then the other, then it works fine. And this is, yeah, one of the ships that I mean, I shot myself a lot in testing with these torpedoes.
Well, we've got a French expression that states "Tu peux pas faire une omelette sans casser d'œufs," which is translated as "You can't make omelette if you don't break any eggs." So, I mean, comes a moment where you do need to try stuff, break stuff, see if it works or not.
Yeah. Then other features of this ship, on the outside, of course, the rangefinders. They can fold. Yeah, they fold. Then at the thrusters, you also have some that fold in an interesting way.
The thrusters fold?
Look behind at the thrusters. There are rangefinders that pop out.
Huh.
Now they will fold in and kind of form a cone. I actually fold them out. Yeah. It's like a flower petal almost. Yeah. And then of course you can activate them.
Is that an asteroid avoidance system or not?
It's meant to be for asteroid avoidance, yes. Interestingly enough, the thrust... Yeah, asteroid avoidance, and the idea is angled rangefinders. That's why it spawns with the things open, actually. Because I wanted to pretend to keep some sanity while tuning it. Because basically I put the formula of I want this much deflection forwards and down. And this means I need to enter this number into the angle. And then there's a asteroid avoidance that's like, okay, after this amount of distance, it counts as forwards bottom, and then for like left center or something, right? That makes sense. Like,
please repeat that sentence.
So you calculate the angle of deflection you want to have for the rangefinder, and then you calculate at what point it crosses the zone of avoidance. So if it's the top, the bottom, the left, or the right zone, and below a certain distance, the zone changes. So this rangefinder here might, for example, protect a point down here.
You what? Okay, so they are not perfectly parallel to the ship the way I'm used to seeing. They slightly offset with one another in order to give you a good coverage. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay, that is good.
They're actually perfectly aligned because I started entering it, and then this thing called EOS CON happened, and I had the rangefinders, so it doesn't look wrong, and I just decided to put them on. Also, I put the angles twisted, so it should have been the vertical horizontals were swapped. I really wanted to get the ship printed and tested.
Nice.
But yeah, so to the inside we have this top access cover. You can access the engines here, or change fuel rods, do some YOLO. We have the knife switch that all it does is basically it's a manual switch. The idea is that when the battery gets too low, it automatically disconnects, and then there's a backup battery here in the back. That basically means that this is the only battery controlling the doors. So if everything runs out, the doors still work, as long as you have power in there, so you're not trapped. Yeah. Then when the ship spawns, the other protection, because my strafe arrest or inertial dampener is kind of weird and requires an extra FCU. It sometimes has a value stock that tries to strafe while in the hangar. So the fuel automatically shuts off whenever the ship spawns. On ship spawn, it just turns it off. Yeah.
Nice.
Then we have a flat L for ISAN for alignment purposes. So the receivers are behind here. Yeah, there's receivers behind here.
Yeah, behind there, and also at the front, I presume.
at the front and on the other side in the back. Like I said, sideways L. Yeah. Then in the back, yeah, resource bridges, so all the enders can have a connection to a ship so they can have tripods. Like you could place down 2 tripods and shoot out the windows. Then in the back there's another escape hatch. In case you want to go to the roof. Yeah, then, like I said, seat for 10 endos plus a co-pilot, and you have the pilot, of course. And in the seat you will actually give me a sec, I can give you access to the ship.
No, I'm fine. I do apologize. I'm running a little bit out of time because I do need to visit as many people as possible tonight.
Well, I guess from the outside you can see it has the so-called primary flight display. You can kind of barely not see it well with not.
I can.
The primary flight display, it has a flight director as well with the extra layer. That's the ship I also found out the trick with the other thing, with the layer swaps. Because I was like, okay, how do they make it not flicker like crazy? In autopilot that doesn't work because the math is missing. It has a trim control and yeah, waypoints. That's all this ship though, basically, as it's meant to be a very advanced ship. And the co-pilot can control the turret on the top. You might. You can't. That's all.
Nice.
It's technically supposed to be a tracking turret, but that doesn't quite work. Hence the rangefinders, and that's all this ship has to offer. Yeah.
Nice, quite a lot's going on in your ship.
I tried to make it feel like an aircraft as well, so all the details, the opening panels. And one of the ships, of course, is the design I made for the thing. It's pretty boring. It's just the Vega Industries. I liked how the LOD turned out, and you can. It's the flyable ways. Once it gets out of LOD. Yes, there's a button at the bottom to open it, and the stuff slides down and opens the thrusters. They're completely hidden.
Wait, I'm looking at the potato right now.
Yeah, it was a potato for me for a second.
That is cool.
Yeah, seat and everything was open. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't have help downstream.
That's very amusing.
Yeah, the idea was just I wanted something that hides well and looks good in LED. And the text is mirrored on the back side. Just to tell whoever reads it, you're looking at it the wrong side.
Now show us that train which was at the end, which was used to for the opening of the EOS CON.
Yes, this is after you. No, actually, I lost to Commander Dago in the 3 kiloton tournament. I was like,
Si je bouge un peu trop, Mortic, coucou. Faut que je reste immobile, merci de l'avertissement.
And it can't be that hard. It's always the preface to a headache project.
Yeah, that one most definitely is a headache project.
Yeah. Can't be that hard. But it all turns, and yeah, it moves forwards, backwards, the timing, everything. The smokestack works, and with that chip you can take a weld tool and just start playing Starbase roulette or turntable roulette, because You just start blocking turntables, and at some point a 180 block will kick you.
Yeah, normally they would be turning, but you had to disable them all for the EOS CON. But the wheels would be turning, the whole thing would be in motion.
Yes, it would all turn. Yeah. They're even connected at the bottom so they stay synchronized, because that was very much annoying me in the testing. Like, oh, it's turning, but the wheels are turning at different rates and stuff.
Oui, une vraie locomotive fonctionnelle, Martek.
Yeah, it has a plasma thruster to pull, a tow beam, and not enough generator power for what I wanted to tow with it. Yeah, hollow axle turntables, which might be an interesting thing for Commander Doggo. Explain to him how it works. You use time travel.
Yeah, that's for the holes on the these.
Yeah. You can only make that big of a hole on a... The limiting factor actually is the hard point. You can't make a hole big enough for a beam on a small hard point. It will kind of damaged. Turntable's actually fine. Like, you can have parts of the turntable missing and this just rotates over it.
Commander Doggo is thanking you for lending those to him. Yeah, when I saw you first do that, I was like, please tell Commander Doggo.
Yeah, I knew he will enjoy it, because you can have an arm right in the middle of him, so they turn 360 and not be constrained by... Yeah, the case you ask goodbye decal is one I really enjoy. And the controls for the generators kind of like an actual locomotive where you have to like tell it to fire and all the stuff. It's not a really good sim, but you know, it's Starbase.
I mean, it's all about spaceships, and you did your best to do a train, steam train. Yeah, give it the front, the chimney a little bit of a go, because you went as far as to do that too.
Yeah, it's literally a box thruster with a I think a body inside, a tier 1, and nothing else. No converters, no nozzles, no nothing. Just straight through. Yeah.
Yeah, but does it have thrusters underneath to counteract it?
No, because it's in an enclosed space, it doesn't produce that thrust really. It's a tier 1, so it doesn't make that much anyways. And, yeah.
Oh, it is pushing me away.
Oh, yeah, it does push Enders away, yes, but it's generally wasn't the problem.
This is a hot bath.
Yeah, you're free to make it. The lot, a Vulcan next, you know, like, okay. Yeah, it has a V12 engine inside, because I wanted to have it styled sort of and not... Well, to be fair, I just made that because I wanted a... Yeah, the coal is full hazardly put inside. We don't do half hazards here. I don't do half hazards now. Yeah, it's 12 fuel rods. They don't have adjacency heat because of the way they're laid out. Not space efficient, but it looks good. And that's all there is to this locomotive.
What is Gold up to? Bigger, thanks a lot for the showcase. Yeah, it was quite fun to ride that train for the opening of this EOS CON.
Yeah. Also, I want to give that thanks to Freelancer / Damage for having landed me some Meconium after I said, yeah, this ship I couldn't put enhancers on because I didn't have the stuff for it. Thanks to him. Yeah.
Did he help you with like the power calculations or something?
Well, I told him like, yeah, I didn't have the tier 3 enhancer stuff Meconium for them. He gave me like 5 stacks because, yeah, so I can continue development on stuff like this because he thought it was cool.
Okay, I'm just going to use a question from Skipper as an opportunity to show something. I've been recording since very little time actually, but I've been recording all of these streams, and I've been wait a second. And I've been recording them in full HD, so higher quality than the stream itself. Oh, come on! Yeah. Streams. There you go. So, no views yet. I mean, I don't mind. Hello, Colt. So this will allow you to see the opening. So it's from my point of view where I'm like participating in the fireworks, getting everything to fire properly, the plasma cannons and whatnot. But it will give you like the first the opening, navigating through the EOS CON with the Vegas locomotive, and the interview I did a few actually. I marked them. I visited Arc Sparks, so that would be Arconus, Cafe Incorporated, that would be Rukia, Armor Mercenaries with Scipion, and Freelancer Damage on my plot. Also presented my own ships. So yeah, everything was recorded. So I had the possibility of like referencing all of that stuff later. Vega, thanks a lot. I'm going to be visiting Jongo's plot now, if he is still there.
Yeah, the one last thing was the whistle has these pipes in it, and I wanted to actually make it work, but it turns out if you disconnect a leaking pipe and reconnect it, it apparently doesn't actually continue leaking fluid.
Yeah, but the problem is how fast it leaks.
Yeah, that's why it would be a whistle. You open it, it leaks a little and then close again.
Yes, Jongo, you can meet the Discord. You can join the Discord.
Leaking pipes are like one of the coolest looking things in this game. Unfortunately, you very rarely see it.
Wait, so that's interesting. If you disconnect and reconnect, it's no longer leaking.
I think it stopped. I at least didn't see the cloud of stuff, or maybe it just takes a while to start leaking.
That's interesting, because if for combat ships, if you disconnect the propellant tank and reconnect the propellant tank, it can maybe help.
Well, I solved that problem in general just by not using pipes.
Fair.
I just use ducts everywhere, because you don't even need cables to connect the control panel. You just have a socket tool, right? And a duct touching it directly. And this will make a connection to the network.
Vega, thanks a lot for the demonstration. I'm now going to be moving on to Jongo.
Yeah, have a good one.
Thank you for the presentation. No, sadly, I do not zombie, but I'm going to be organizing another race quite soon. Quite soon means a few weeks. I don't expect it to be next week. But I'm going to be reorganizing different races on the live. The previous ones used to be on the... Well, Colt, si tu veux m'emmener... Okay, no, okay, I'm walking. Bye-bye. It's like, nope. No. Not using the taxi. He looks drunk. So I don't I've got a few recordings, but they are left and right. I'd need to oops, missed me. I'd have to recheck what was recorded, what was not recorded. But the idea is that on the live, initially the plan was to do that with Farpoint, but I haven't seen him in a while, and actually do need to ping him on the subject. Would be to have like 7 or 8 different stations. So I'm going to buy 2 extra accounts, place those stations on the live, and then I'm going to customize them in order to get them to be ready for for a new racing event. So on Elysium, not too far from the Moon City. Where exactly and how exactly, I do not know yet. there's going to be a bit of everything. I'm going to be placing rings. I'm going to be experimenting. And I'm also going to be checking like what are players doing. What do they like? What do they not like? And just start seeing what is to be improved, what is to be kept as is, what is to be removed entirely. And then I'm going to be creating different paths, tell to players, hey, go that direction, go this direction, or go completely freestyle. Should be fun. Should be fun. Jongo, so which ones exactly are your ships? Do you want me to go left, center, or on the right?
Hi,
hello.
if you turn to the right, look, you got the TIE bomber, which is mine.
Okay, let me know 1 second. I need more sound on your voice. And 150 should do the trick. So the TIE bomber, which is bottom right, is yours.
And then the 4. The upgraded 4, but it should appear. That's it. That's that. I've done a lot of work on the 4.
Oh, sorry. Okay, one ship at a time. The one I'm looking at that hasn't loaded for me, still a bit of a potato, is your ship.
Yes, that's correct. The TIE bomber is a prototype at the moment that I've been working on to try and perfect. So it's not strong. It's not combat ready.
Oh, it is spacious, that's for sure. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, you've been experimenting to see what could and could not be done with different ship designs.
Oh, totally.
Ah, I'm looking forward to see where this is going to go.
Oh, me too. This, I mean, as I said, it's just a prototype. 8 autocannons and 8 lasers. And below will be torpedoes in the holder below, eventually. It's not quick. It does between 112 to 120 because I was limited because I didn't want to lose the shape of it.
Role-playing ships are among the hardest that you can possibly try to do in Starbase due to the constraints, because you're quite literally trying to bend the game to fit a concept rather than trying to build a ship that fits the rules of the game. Yeah, raiding grid is interesting, I agree. It's the first time I ever saw that. I quite never thought about doing that at all.
Yeah,
it's like it's...
Sorry.
No worries. I speak a lot like with the stream and everything. I do apologize in advance if there is going to be interruptions.
Yeah, that's no problem. Yeah, I put the railing ends in there, the crossways, and just to feel.
You do have triangle planes if you want to do pure filling, although it really is the first time I ever saw those plates being used and those decorative railings being used in that way. How heavy is your ship?
Oh, gosh, I can't remember exactly. It is quite heavy. I forget now the actual weight of it.
I'm really wondering if 2 small plasma thrusters would not be a good idea.
Oh, look at that, actually.
If you want to propulsion, be careful before implementing it. I do not know if it's a good idea. The reason why I'm thinking about it is that you could, in fact, get the plasma thrusters to get very close to the cockpit, while not necessarily going all the way up to the front, and it would most definitely solve your speed issues. And the generators, if you do a compact enough design, can be put either in the middle or on the sides. There's enough space. food for thought.
Oh, totally. It's a big thank you to Dirty Human, Freelancer, Vega, all helped me with this.
Nice.
Because to get those wings perfect, it was a nightmare to get the beams to fit properly.
I'm also going to warn you about something for rolling. Those maneuver thrusters should be... You're going to battle because if the roll axis is right in the middle, those maneuver thrusters are almost completely pointing it, which means that instead of rolling, they're going to be pushing the ship.
Ah, no, it's interesting. Thank you.
Just as a warning. Ship still has maneuver thrusters that it can completely use to do rolling, but if ever your rolling is very slow, there is something to consider. Your left and right, like your no problem. Your strafing, I'm not concerned. I think the ship can do that quite quickly. But the very moment you want to roll, because they are pointing the axis of the ship, and they're not offset enough, you may end up very simply pushing the ship aside rather than really rolling. Colt, you playing with fire?
Yes, yes. So, I didn't really, again, I did not want to lose the shape of it, if you know what I mean. I wanted to keep it.
No, I understand, but as I said, you really are attempting to do what is arguably one of the hardest things to do in the game. I myself... No, don't worry. Colt, you playing with fire. Famous last words, that's all I'm going to say. No, don't worry. Famous last words. You're professional. I know you're better pilots than me, but the only thing I'm going to say when you crash into something is told you so. But yes, he is a good pilot.
Definitely look at it.
But yeah, I personally haven't tried to do so. Two reasons. The first one is I'm not enough of like a fan of science fiction stuff to really have something I want to implement. But the main problem with other fictional universes is that they've got like their own way of working. Like when you look at the Enterprise from Star Trek, it's got this very peculiar shape, and it is almost, I've seen players implement it in Starbase, it is almost completely incompatible with Starbase because the gravity, the center of mass is offset, you don't know where to put in the thrusters. No, Colt, my mag boots are off. Nice try. It's just really... it's really difficult. You're trying to bend the game in directions that it doesn't necessarily want to go. No. But yeah, I'm most definitely curious to see what direction it's going to go. We've had a corporation member, Tib, that did implement, that did create his own Star Wars inspired fighter. He was successful. The ship was completed, but man, did he put in a lot of work to get it to fly. So yeah, best of luck, and I'm very curious to see where it's going to go.
Thank you.
You said you had 2 ships to present, that being one of them.
We've got the upgraded 4. Do you remember this one? The semicircle miner.
No, just on top.
Yes.
That is a ship I saw last year's con, and it definitely did get my attention.
It's been completely upgraded.
Nice.
Again, a big thank you to Dirty Human, Firepoint, Freelancer, all got involved in helping me to perfect this and to improve it.
And the concept of the ship is... okay. Now, there is something I'm noticing. You still have a very big amount of batteries, but you drastically reduced the battery count.
Yes.
You had...
batteries now.
Yeah, you had way more batteries on the first version of this ship.
Yeah, it was originally 96 gens, nearly 600 batteries.
I remember.
Reversed. 84 batteries, 80 fuel chambers, and 240 gens.
Skipper says it reminds him of a Necron ship, and I definitely agree. The vibe is there, although it doesn't look as intimidating as a Necron ship. So Necron is from Warhammer 40,000. And Necrons are like these evil robots, and they've got like this very ominous vibe going on with them. This ship looks way more chill. I mean, if I was a droid, I'd most definitely not be comfortable if this thing approached. But as an endo, I feel no problem. How many?
The advantage of the 240 gens now, the lasers can fire. They only stop when they overheat.
Lasers don't overheat.
They don't. I thought they were.
No, that overheating you perceive as the batteries running dry.
I didn't know the batteries don't run dry.
Then the lasers should be able to fire continuously. Like the surfacer can have the lasers shoot for literally hours. No stopping.
Yes, I have one of those.
How many crates does your ship have?
That's about between 160 to about 200, if I'm correct.
Still decent. Don't you fill them really quickly with that laser count?
Yes, I do. I do.
Colt, I received a lot of emails. I forgot to check them. I certainly did not check them yesterday nor today. Yeah, I really remember that ship did an impression. What I especially enjoy with these kinds of ships is that they go in another direction. It is so easy, and I do it too. It is so easy to see what works and just rush for the things that works. Most of my ships look like boxes because it works. Doesn't matter if it's a meta fighter or mining ship, whatever. They do look like boxes because it's easy to do, and it's yeah. Zombie said the gens may be overheating. That's actually something we can check. And I really enjoy seeing ships that just go like, say, you know what? I'm going to go in another direction, and this is most definitely one of those ships.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been great to work on because this was an abandoned project, which I took on, and got it flying, got it working, and with help as well.
Okay, I'm noticing what seems to be unintentional stuff, which may be causing overheating. Where are your sockets? Okay, no, that is solved. Pipe socket, heat is connected. So these enhancers are... Okay, that enhancer is never going to work. And the reason why it's never going to work, so it is aligned. Enhancers have got a 96 centimeter beam that can touch multiple generators and turn the generator underneath on. So it can hit. The maximum I've seen is 3 generators at once. I suspect you can go up to 4, but it would be a nightmare to get it to do so. The reason why I'm saying it's never going to work is this is no longer linked to YOLO. So in a sense, that's good. Like, there's no fear of turning it off accidentally. The problem is that it's already off, and now it's never going to be turned on unless you manually, by hand, go on each one of those and turn them on one by one.
Right, interesting. That is interesting.
Yeah, you see, they're very slightly offset. So as far as the enhancer is concerned, if it is on, the effect is going to be there. An enhancer doesn't need to be linked to electricity. I'll give you... Wait a second, this is a recommendation I can give you. Happy Trigger 42 plays. I did a whole video on generators. I'll link the video in my Twitch, like, if ever that interests any of you, and I really try to tinker with different concepts to see what works and what doesn't work. And one of the concepts I do are the announcers, which should be around I don't remember exactly where I play with the announcers. Directly put them onto heatsink. Yeah, that's my fault for not putting chapters. But yeah, I do experiment with them a little bit, and I show that it's literally possible to hold an announcer with your hand, put it in front of a generator, and just like turn it on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. They just the calculation for the announcers is done continuously. Yeah, and even test the big generators. So if ever you want to have like a lot of information all at once, like I'd gladly explain it to you now, but I do need to visit the other ships, and it's just simpler to refer to you to the video.
No, I will definitely watch that, Happy.
Oh, no problem. Same goes with those heat sinks. The heat sinks are connected to the ones on top, they work. But the heat sinks are not connected to the bottom ones, or at the very least I do not think they are. So those heat sinks just here are not connected to the generators. But your generators are in fact connected to the heat system due to the heat socket. And I did notice some heat sinks on top. Now the problem with these ones is that those are probably shared with half of your generators. No, this one is completely aligned. Yeah, I think you did a whoopsie on the copy paste. Generators do not need that many sockets at all. The whole setup only needs one electricity socket. They don't even need a heat socket. That's also something I show in the video.
Oh, fantastic! Now I'm going to watch that.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I need to. It's been 3 months since I last did my YouTube video. I'd like to do a new one on thrusters, and I haven't started it yet. But yeah, I do think your ship. Your improvements are fantastic, and I do think this ship has still got a lot of room for growth. There's still a lot of fun to do with this ship.
No, definitely. Well, I may stop by one day as well. Let you have a go of it as well.
Sure, with great pleasure. Yeah, thanks a lot for showing your ship. I'm always really fond of looking at concepts that are unusual. It's very enjoyable, and it's always very inspiring to see very different concepts that just stray away from the meta box stuff.
No, you're welcome. No, thank you for checking them out.
You're welcome. Thanks a lot for presenting them. Okay, I'm just going to tag you as visited. And as I said previously, I'm now going to be going to Icarus project, which is over there. Thanks again, Drongo.
You're welcome. Bye for now. Thank you.
Oh, bye-bye. Zombie, is that your microphone? I can hear. Oh, gee, your microphone is noisy.
Oh, sorry, I had a
perfect. I was like, this is going to be an interesting interview. And that would be Skipper with us too. Hello. Okay. If ever you hear me moan about someone called Buddy, no worries, that is my cat. And he's very, very fond of my keyboard whenever I'm streaming or playing on the computer. So if ever you hear me mention him, it's normal.
I think I'm going to have to pause watching your stream also.
No worries.
My internet is not great, so this will minimize the chance of me going full robot.
No problem.
Assuming you want me to attempt to do
Oh, yes, please. Yes, yes, please. I'm just almost at Antares, your neighbor. And then I need to go right and then left. God wants me to hop on his ship, but his earlier crash made me lose all trust. So like, nope, I'm walking.
When you walk the beams, you know that you can do the thing on the diagonal beams, right?
Oh, yes, wait, you mean this technique. So G, X, look down, and press G again. And then start the hover descent technique. I'd forgotten about that. X, whoops, let me... A, look left, X, go to the side, look down, activate the mag boots, and drop like so. Yeah, it's a little bit hard to get the distance just right. But it does allow you to go really, really far. Yeah, thank you for reminding me, I'd forgotten. And hello, zombie.
Everyone looks ridiculous when they're walking that way, but it is a lot quicker.
I mean, it's fast. It's way faster than the other technique. Yeah, I should be doing that more often. Considering how fast that sends you.
Where are you going though?
Somewhere.
You've gone right past Icarus project.
So concentrated on going fast. Oh, there you go. Oh, I went past because I saw NTPS's mech.
Yeah, he's certainly in bed by now, but I think he's just AFK, keeping it hosted so it doesn't fall apart during the night.
So that's a very, very good point. Ooh, fancy.
This is exhibited on the lot, but this one I've given you access to. So if you want to sit in the pilot's chair, you can see the fancy stuffs in it. It's got.
I will sit, but I'm not going to fly. So I'm not confident enough in my flying skills.
It's got a glass gun sight that's got a lamp, so hopefully you can.
Sick.
And there's a ammo counter there with a holographic display.
Wait. How much did you... Oh, boy. You guys are nuts. Oh. Whoa.
I spent 6 weeks building a hover bike, yeah, basically.
You spent hours on just that. I'm willing to bet just that aiming reticle, placing all of the things correctly, moving it on the dashboard, making sure it's aiming where it should be aiming. I'm looking at least 5 or 6 hours worth of work, probably more.
Yeah, it basically took me a day worth of Starbase to make that.
I am so not surprised. Looks sick. I mean, until you lose your cockpit, but I mean, at that point, you may as well would have lost the indoor too anyway, so...
I mean, don't think of this as a fighter. It's a station hopper, but MY asked me to make it optionally armed, so I put the...
yes, the station hopper that also asks for beginner endos for a little bit of cash to hop a little bit faster. Now hop along now that your crates are empty.
But it's had a lot of input from other people on the Icarus project Discord. So the holographic part to make the see-through display, that was from MWire. Then the YOLO to make the green ammo counter that you see, that's from Vega. The glass gun sight bit, that's mine. And then other people that have dropped in on the Discord as well. I have these decorative pipes, rails on the outside. And then BPen from Biohazard dropped by and he was like, well, did they do anything? Like, no. It's like, well, they should. So there's actually cable running through the inside of the rails in a lot of places. And the rangefinders on the bottom for the ground avoidance are actually connected through those like railing type things.
That's insane. This is supposed to be a station hopper. And I'm looking at what is arguably one of the highest techs I've ever seen on a ship. Gosh.
Yeah, it's got some fun little things.
The
and
cockpit alone is insane.
Yeah, it's got like different thrust modes and stuff, so you can fly it with the maneuver thrusters off if you want to save fuel, or you can fly it only with maneuver thrusters if you want to be stealthy.
I'm presuming the lights get turned off when you do that.
There are buttons to override all the light settings, so at the moment it's got the navigation lights that flash tied to the transponder, or override, have them always on, or you can have them always off, and obviously all the hull lights you can turn off as well. All that, yeah. I like everything to be manually configurable, so you can even, in the cockpit, there's even buttons there, so you can manually set the generator rates and fuel chamber rates and that kind of thing if you want to.
I am very appreciative of the fact that the ship is not boltless, but the bolts have been placed so well that it may as well be boltless.
I like decorative bolts, so yeah, there's a lot of that. I like ships that look like they might have been assembled on the junkyard, so that's...
I'm sorry, but that is not a junkyard ship. That, like, far from it. That's more like a high-tech fighter. That is not a junkyard ship.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Don't mind me, this is a compliment. This is not. This is
There's no armor on it, though. I mean, the plates are just adipite, floor panels. So I wouldn't want to go into a battle with it. But at least if you do get touched, you can shoot back.
But the cockpit is insane.
The blueprint is available, so if anybody wants to just grab it and steal bits from it, they're quite welcome.
Yeah, I really need to get back at doing flex ships. I did my Imperator, that's my first flex ship. And my next intended flex ship is going to be the most expensive station hopper the game has ever seen. Keyword is 8 plasma thrusters.
Oh my goodness. I didn't know that would even be possible. Are you going to run out of voxels before you...
That's a very good question. I don't know. The answer is I don't know.
There is another small thing on this. I don't know if people know that with decals, I know you hate decals, but
I really don't like them.
It's really difficult to get decals to like intersect with the curves like this, to have
yes,
go one way and then the other way. But the way to do it, if you do want to do that, is to you make your decal out of multiple plates, and you have the plate boundaries where the intersections are, and then you can have it really clean.
Oh, you guys are insane. That means the decal count got obliterated by that.
Yeah, it's pretty high. I think each of the Icarus project logos there has got like, I don't know, pushing 200 decals maybe. And then underneath the ship there's another logo for the manufacturer's logo on it as well.
It's just a very, very, very cool looking ship.
I appreciate that. The sad part is I did want to put more decorative stuff on it as well, but I was just out of time. It's like, okay, we gotta stop this project now.
Comes a moment where if you reached your goal, you are at the destination, like if you keep going, you're going to overshoot it.
Yeah. But I feel like, no ship is ever truly finished. There's always something you can add to it.
I know, and also as a ship designer, ship designers have got a lot to do with like artists in general, and a common trait with all of them is that they are never satisfied, and there's always that tiny tiny little imperfection that only the designers know, that they're very self-conscious about. And like really not comfortable about, and yet even when you point it out to people, they most likely either don't care or still not see it even when you point it out.
Yeah, I'm very much the same with this ship. I'm like, no, I don't like that. Oh well. Oh, and one other thing, the Arc Sparks thing with the rangefinders. There is actually a rangefinder in the nose, because a guy on the Discord, Inge, it's like every ship has to have a forward rangefinder, so there is one there, but it's inside the nose and there's a micro gap, and it tends to do that.
Nice.
Because I didn't want a rangefinder stuck on the nose, I wanted a decal on the nose.
Oh, that is a micro gap indeed. Wow. Micro gap. It's a generator.
Yeah, this version of the ship has no moving parts. The old ship had like handle to open the generator thing, but yeah, I've kind of fallen out of love with moving parts. So
yeah, it's EOS CON and moving parts should not be put in the same sentence.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that ship goes 150 very easily.
Yeah, also it depends obviously on your computer and how you arm it. If you put a twin-mounted autocannon underneath, and the PC is not that good, then it's not going to reach 150. It's the twin autocannon is heavier than a rail cannon. But yeah, this ship, I think I go 156 with this, and my PC is not the best, so.
My fastest ship is the eel, the longy, not the eel, the longy, which is actually the French word for eel. And that one on Barov's computer goes 170. But it's one plasma of 38 rings, so it just goes.
Yeah, wow. That is amazing.
It wasn't designed to specifically do its best to go fast. It was just designed to not slow when you load it with lithium, which turned out to have exactly the same result anyway.
Yeah, I suppose this could go faster if I use tier 3 box thrusters, but I wanted it to keep kind of affordable as well. In fact, I'm such a cheapo, a lot of the beamwork inside is made of Vocarium, not Bastion. Because it was to spec, and I feel, you know, to over-specify a ship is almost as much of a crime as to under-spec.
If you want an over-specified ship, go and see my Imperator, and then try and guess how many hours I spent on that ship.
Okay, I'll check it out. I saw your stream yesterday showing it. It looks pretty.
Thank you. The answer is direct work between 120 and 160 hours. Indirect work, and it totals way over 300 or 400.
Oh, I can believe it. I mean, yeah, some of these ships I've spent so long on, and they're just nowhere near as big as that. This one here that you're looking at started life as a testbed. So last EOS CON, I was working on a surface miner, and it didn't perform how I liked. So Ogrish and we decided, let's make a quick ship to just do some tests.
Quick. I'm not looking at quick.
Yeah, it turned into this. 5 months later, this is what we built.
That ship, I'm not looking at a ship that goes in the same sentence as quick.
Yeah, I guess I'm not capable of doing a quick rush bib kind of ship. But I like your idea with the kind of using plates as decals, to save decals. So like under the ship, it's got Dreadworks and Icarus Project. This is all written in plates, and it's slightly recessed to give it a bit of a 3D look and all that.
Yo! Hey, if my concept is level 1, yours is level 10. Gee. I never thought of using them that way.
I just use the edge of the ducts, and then you can just snap things up a tiny amount.
6 centimeters to be very precise.
Or 3 centimeters if you use the halfway thing.
True, true.
I never realized before that you can actually snap the ducks to themselves as well. Arcona's taught me that. So you can just drop a duck down, you know, floating anywhere in Designer, select some other stuff, then snap the duck to itself, and it will move your other stuff up just where you like.
Yeah, that's a technique I use a lot in my designs. I also just place beams, they just float around, and I use them to move around pieces inside of my ship of 12 or 24 centimeters in any direction.
This ship, I had a lot of help from other people as well, like Takas. Inside this bit with the light up here, that's got his laser designator set up to help the ship know where it is and what it's doing. And then the feet as well. Ogrish did the feet. He did a grand job with that, I think. And
yeah, that's same. 5 hours of work for the feet.
Yeah, he spent a while on that. And again, the reason for the feet, it's just sacrificial blocks to protect the rangefinder. This is all this for. It's like, if you're going to have sacrificial blocks, they may as well look nice, right?
Wow.
And then the lights in next to the rangefinder, they actually do something, again, just for fun. So they're normally orange, and then when you switch on the ground system, they'll go red if it's at the wrong altitude, and when it finds the altitude it's supposed to be, they go green. So
I've got this weird set of emotions, which is like pure admiration and pure exasperation at the same time, because I'm super admirative in front of what I'm seeing, like truly, but at the same time I know deeply how much time was invested on a detail that won't be known by most players unless explicitly shown. I mean, truth be told, that is also the reason why I really adamantly want to have the ships presented to me, because there is no ways I would have seen most of these details otherwise.
It's completely unnecessary, but it's just, when we were talking about the ship, like, wouldn't it be cool if? Yeah, let's do that. And this is why all our ships like run way over time.
Yeah, and for the Imperator, I had this long list of checks, and I remember looking at it and be like, why am I choosing?
Just have everything.
4 or 5 months later, I was like, that's probably why.
Yeah, and this is the second prototype. We built the first one in maybe like a month, and then it was like, then there was just a huge list of, yeah, let's improve it, and we built it.
I thought those were decals.
Oh, where it says Sonia.
Happy.
Coucou Jello. This is insane. I was wondering how you got the 3D effect. Well, turns out it's because it's very simply 3D.
Because it is 3D, yeah.
I am most definitely going to be watching my own replay after that.
In the cockpit for this one, the other idea behind this ship, well, when it turned away from being just a test bed to maybe this is going to be a used ship, we went with this idea of having one button mining. So there's this great big panel here behind the pilot's chair, and I can't spin it around for EOS CON because it's been, you know, fixed in place. But
yeah. But it flips in front of the pilot.
The pilot's chair just spins around to face the mining panel, and then you press the red button to start mining, and then this panel is basically a giant progress bar, and as it goes through everything the ship needs to do surface mining, it reaches the end, and then it just starts surface mining. And when you're done, you press the white button, and it's pack up and go, and it just switches everything off and turns the ship back into flight mode, and then takes off. So even though this cockpit has many buttons, and you can control everything manually if you want to, you can just have 2-button mining. Start, stop.
So how many crates does it have?
This only has 100 crates.
So they get filled very quickly.
Well, not super quickly, because it only has 10 mining lasers. I mean, it's quite an affordable ship, so it's only tier 2 gens, it's only got tier 1 enhancers. It's, you know, it's very much kind of a starter surface miner, I would say, because when we built it, it was just for testing.
So if it's meant to be affordable, why are you using tier 3 nozzles?
Because Inge was like, dude, just stick the tier 3 nozzles on, I'll give you the Umrium. So like, oh, okay.
Okay,
so,
fair.
And so it's not a lot of Umrium. I mean, you're going to have to buy 1 or 2 stacks of, you know, fancy things like, you know, even a tier 1 enhancers, a newbie would have to buy Carnite, right?
Yeah.
So, but it's not that much.
As long as you're willing to use it in the safe zone of a station and just keep an eye on it to empty it out every now and again.
Oh, now you've said it. This ship, this is the other object, the other point of this design. This isn't out of safe zone miner. It's like, I want a mining ship that I don't need to mine in a safe zone bubble, that I can just fly it, land it on like rough terrain, or land it inside a crater, and it will deal with it. And I posted a few screenshots on Steam of this ship mining, you know, up hillsides and down hillsides, and I still want to improve it a bit so it can mine up even more aggressive slopes. But it like hugs the terrain. It doesn't stay level. You know, it like pitches up and down with the terrain it's mining over. And because it's quite small, it's not so much of a risk if you do lose it and get attacked by somebody outside the pirate, outside the safe zone. You know. So this is my idea. Is you would put down your moon base maybe on Elysium. But then if you want to mine in a crater, you can't be in your safe zone. You have to fly.
Yeah. Craters are off limits for stations.
Yeah, so we've got some moon bases near craters on Elysium, and I go to the craters.
Je suis très d'accord, Martic.
And the other thing that I thought it might be handy for, although I've not tested it there yet, is on the submoons. You can jump your cap ship very, very close to the surface, right? And so you could actually mine on a submoon without even putting down the station. You just drop your cap ship within 10k of the surface, 11k, something like that, and you just operate out the cap ship rather than having a moon base at all. It's kind of a niche, but that's what I wanted to go for.
No, that's still really, really, really impressive. She could be streaming your screen too. So is this little one here the same as... okay, that's just a copy. I'm presuming you used one for the exhibition and another one as a taxi?
Oh yeah, this is the one for the exhibition, but this is on a different account, so I couldn't give you access to this one.
No worries, no worries.
Yeah, so there's my 2 new ships. In 6 months, I've made 2 ships.
Yeah, I mean, considering the amount of time you spent on them individually, I'm genuinely unsurprised that that's all you could do, because, yeah, I'm more of a, like, do lots of ships in a given amount of time. I've got modules ready to go. I don't try to spend too much time on details. But the downside of it is that I don't have ships that really make you, I'd say, dream. If you present the Sandra to a new player, there's a very strong appeal. Like, there really is an appeal. It's a nice looking ship, it's got a purpose, and it's just cool to fly. I mean, it's as simple as that. If you fly one of my Echo ships, the reaction is a bit meh, bleh. And I completely understand. The Echo ships are designed with one purpose only, to be as cheap as possible, which means 0 planes.
Right, yeah.
And it does have its effect on players which just want to... I mean, when you load up a game and you see all of these cool ships, you don't give a toss if they're effective or not, you just want to fly them. You don't want to fly super meta boxes, they don't look cool. And these kind of ships are awesome, absolutely awesome.
Everything has its place. I mean, there are times when a player wants to just, okay, I want to just grind for this, and they want something cheap and efficient then. But they have to have that objective in mind.
I've started to collect very cool ships. Hey, Coco Belf. I've started to collect vehicle ships, and I'm starting to have quite a few that are not my designs at all, but I'm really pleased to have them. So this ship here was at last year con, and man, I've seen a lot of people comment it.
Yeah, this is an oldie but a goodie. I bought it because when Arcona said iconic ships, I was like, well, is this an iconic ship? It's just like, yep, bring it. So okay.
Yep.
So this ship was my original, like, old school miner before capital ships, and that I used to fly out to Zone 5 with. And obviously it doesn't have a lot of crates, but we used to just fly out there and mine into a station, and then go out with a hauler to bring the ores back. So it didn't matter that there was only just enough crates to mine a tier 10. You just mined it, went back to the station, dropped it off, and then went to the next one, right?
Yeah, it's just meant to be a pleasant ship to use in proximity of a station cap ship.
But it turned out to actually be a rescue ship, because this ship, it has 24 large propellant tanks.
Yeah.
And it has that because the idea was you would fly out to Zone 5 and mine there for a week and then come back without refueling. But, you know, in the Corp, you know, there was always people that would fly out to Zone 5 and like, oh, I've run out of fuel, can somebody help me? And this was always the ship that went to the rescue because it had so much fuel. So
I was in a corporation before being in Ouroboros called DK Industries, and there was so much drama with refueling ships because some players would spend a lot of time and money creating like these dedicated refuel ships with like billions worth of propellant, and then the players would just drain them dry. Like seriously, like within a day or two, they'd be mining so much, sometimes with even up to 4 accounts at a time. I don't know how they did that, but they did it. Traveling, moving stuff, and then just never refueled, and it would just cause so much drama. At the end was the raw was just use your damn refuel ships.
Yeah. A couple of other things on this, I suppose, is this was the first ship that I put one of these experimental dishes on, because back in the early months of the game, I never used asteroid avoidance. I was one of those people that's like, well, we just, jackknife between asteroid to asteroid and just fly crazy through the belt. And yeah, it was okay. I never wrote the ship off doing that, but I did lose a few bits. So I made this because I don't like asteroid avoidances that cover the ship.
Yeah.
And I thought, I'll just try doing a dish, and this is a convex dish, so the asteroid.
So it spreads out.
Yeah, but that's not the best approach because you can still get the tier 1s like.
Yeah.
So I made some circular dishes as well, not on this ship. There were concave. It was all that, but YOLOL is not really my strong suit, so I've not made a good YOLOL for them.
I've got my own asteroid avoidance system is free. It has a reaction time of 0.2 seconds, and it manages asteroids from multiple directions at once. And if your ship is maneuverable enough, it is in fact able to avoid stations entirely, because it cuts the back thrusters, reverses forward thrust whenever it detects something, and then it moves diagonally if it does a double detection. And it takes priority. It's not one of those asteroid avoidance systems that does a panic attack whenever there's 2 or more asteroids detected at once.
Okay, yeah, that sounds cool.
It's a free YOLOL. You can just look at it for inspiration or not at all. It's completely up to you.
The other thing that was complicating it for me is if with a concave dish, depending on where the asteroid is, it's how close it is. If the rangefinder goes from the left of the ship to the right, then at one point it wants to evade one way, and then at another point it wants to be evading the other way, right?
Yeah, my YOLOL does not manage that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So we need a few tweaks, I guess.
It's possible. It's heavily paralyzed. That's its strength. all of the yellow components are all running on one line, and they all communicate with one another, so information propagates really quickly. So 02 seconds and all of the important decisions are taken, and it displays a lot of information to tell you how many avoids, what direction am I avoiding, and then whatnot. Initially it was for debug, but I realized that the pilots really enjoyed having the information.
Sounds really nice. The other thing with this one, I guess that people like, I've had a lot of comments on, is the inside, the beamwork is this kind of labyrinth of custom beams, and this, the beamwork in the corridor originally was all built with, before weld cubes existed. So this was all redone with weld cubes to make it cleaner, but originally they were all bracketing beams all the way down it to get the crazy angles to work. And then when weld cubes came in, I thought, well, we can take it to the next level, and then we've got these extra angled beams that hold the crates in now. So yeah, it's a little bit mad.
Yeah, there's a lot of work that went into this ship.
And back in the day, this was my everything ship, so it has all the crafting benches and it has the reconstruction machine because it was out in Zone 5. And yeah.
It's a very fun ship.
And then the last one that I will be presenting here, I guess, is going to be the Labrador. And this is the first ship where I know for sure that you and I met in Starbase firing at each other. So I rewatched your stream of when you attacked this ship at the Labor Rumble.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah. So this ship took 4 people 3 weeks to build. I think we had 3 weeks notice of the Labor Rumble. And we were, well, right, okay, we need to take a laborer to battle. What are we going to do? Well, we'll just build a giant laborer and then...
I mean, it was validated, if I recall.
Sorry, say again?
It was, like, as far as the rules were concerned, it was validated.
Yeah, it's a laborer, and yeah, the idea from, you know, the comments we got afterwards that it worked, that the idea was that people would approach the ship, think it was a regular laborer, open fire way too early, give way too much lead, and then only when they got closer would they realize that this was no ordinary laborer.
It was a monstrosity.
Yeah. So all the crates are made up of multiple layers of chirodium, and there are 2 reconstruction machines inside.
Do oh yeah.
And this basically just became a station. Once we got out there to Relicta, we just stopped, and it was just a fortress basically. And yeah, there was just so much armor over the. Did
you get players to open up fire too early with too much lead?
Oh yes, I remember rewatching your stream and watching you firing way too early. Oh, here's an easy target, a stock laborer. But then you got closer and you're like, hang on a minute, there's like tiny endos running around on the roof.
That event was a long time ago. Yeah, I do remember Negev organized it, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was really good. We had a crew of about 10 people on board as well, and it was just covered in tripods.
Someone had fun with the decals.
Yeah, that one's one of mine. That's, yeah, not my first attempt. The earlier attempts, I was like, yeah, people were like, that looks awful. It's like, okay, I'll try again. And eventually I got that one. And I was like, oh, that's okay.
For hours, my damn eagle on my Imperator looked like a geese. I couldn't get it to look like an eagle. And the difference was 24 centimeters in the neck. That's how little wiggle room you have. One second it was a geese, and the other one it was an eagle.
Yeah, the first ones of the Labrador I did, I was told it looked like a panther. It's like, how do I change this so it doesn't look like a panther and it looks like a Labrador? Yeah, in the end we were okay with it. Oh, and my favorite thing on this ship is the fact that you actually pilot it from the pilot's chair. It's just a giant pilot's chair.
I saw you had another pilot's chair inside.
There is another pilot's chair inside, yeah, so because obviously it's incredibly vulnerable, so the idea was that I actually had 2 accounts on the ship, and the other one was in the Citadel, and so if I was killed in the pilot's chair, or whoever else was killed in the pilot's chair, that somebody could still fly the ship blind from inside the Citadel, because we had so many crew, they could just say, you know, go left, go right.
I am so not surprised that it took so much time for all of you to get this damn thing to be satisfying to look at.
But it's funny, because when you're in the pilot's chair, and then you want to like toggle the cruise button, you have to ask somebody else, can you push the cruise button? I can't reach it because it's so far away. And then some of the stuff in the crates is obviously meant to be self-contained, but the fuel tanks here, there is fuel in the fuel tanks. There are generators and fuel rods in the fuel rod. I think as well the transponder is in the transponder box, the MFC is in the MFC box, so it's tries to be faithful.
Just wow. I'm very admirative of the amount of work.
Oh yeah, and you were making comparisons yesterday with regard to your large ship. About this, that this ship is over 14,500 parts.
This one is?
Yeah.
Then it's the same as the Imperator.
Yeah, it's massive. And so it took so much damage during the Labour Rumble that virtually every plate was pock-marked with holes and things like that. And there were so many damaged parts that the parts started despawning because there was too much damage, too many damaged bits at once. And so the game was like, you know, we're going to have to deal with this. And it starts despawning plates left and right to reduce the amount of voxel damaged parts. So that's an interesting effect that I have never witnessed other than fighting with this ship.
Awesome. Really awesome. What about these 2 little ships? Oops.
This is Skip High stuff, so I'll hand over to him now.
Can you hear me?
I can. I'm just going to up your volume a bit and should be fine.
Okay, so this little one was just like a proof of concept. Just I don't know, for the 1 second. I'm just gonna turn off what you talk. Okay, is it working?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, so I wanted to make a surface miner that could fit inside of its own trench that it digs. This is like just a proof of concept for that, and it does work. It's fully functional, so I kept it as a a full ship. Which this cannot work by itself, so you do need to have a dedicated cargo ship, and it works best with 2 people anyway. And this is actually the 3rd one. The other 2 blew up.
Hey, you can't make an omelet without breaking any eggs.
Correct. And I'm probably gonna blow this one up too, because there's one more test I need to see what happens, like when you log out, log back in with the ship inside the trench.
So the big one here is the not proof of concept version.
Yeah, this is the okay. Let's make it big and functional and standalone. And I mined 3 trips with it full. No, 4. Yeah, and it works great. Yeah. And I found it actually quite easy to line up into the trench again after you leave, which is very nice. And I use a gyroscope to help with that too.
Nice!
Stole a few plushies.
Yeah, I was noticing the motion. The concept is straightforward, but yeah, you went through a lot of experimentation to get all of that to work, that's for sure.
Yeah, and then the rangefinders down here make it so that it mines the trench in an even fashion. So like if you run into a block of ore, and then one of the lasers stops, it can't mine anymore. The others will only go a little bit further, so then it doesn't make a really uneven trench. So you're not running it for like a few minutes with only one laser actually doing anything, just burning power. And you have turret up here, which you can move like the ore chunks out of the way. You can it's got the only ore collector on it right now, because I couldn't figure out where else to put it that it would like work well and not get in the way. And it also has a little mining laser on it as well.
Collectors don't need a line of sight.
Yeah, I know.
Which means that you can afford to put them behind the pilot, you can angle them through plates, behind thrusters.
Yeah.
And you
I
can
could also just put it like to the side here.
You can have like 4 that sweep left and right, left and right, left and right. They'll collect everything.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'll probably do that when I make like a better ship with the concept. And the lasers sweep left and right on the bottom here. You can actually show it. Let's see if it breaks.
It's taking a risk in the EOS CON. I do see them move a little bit, but they seem a bit shy.
Yeah, they move slow and only like 1 degree at a time. So instead of having it go from like negative 45 or whatever to positive 45, it increases it 1 degree at a time, and then just so that it keeps it slower. So it's not just because I found if you move it from one extreme to the other, it doesn't get the in between very well, and it gets the extremes way too much.
Yeah.
And the outside two, they go to 0 and then they go to the outside instead of they never go into the negative, so that mines the outside more to give some leeway between the ship and the wall. And I have had no problems with this either.
Good.
And if you mine without the lasers, without the turrets moving, they leave like pillars where the lasers hit, so then you can quickly then just like get rid of them, and it won't like interfere with the mining at all.
Nice. Straightforward. Thank you for showing it off.
Welcome. It has like 382 crates, or whichever one is the longest beam. I forgot the number.
Yeah, you really all love Star Wars, I swear.
I do, yeah. So this is the TIE Fighter. This is like my 3rd attempt at it.
That's a good attempt.
I also like my Imperial logo.
You guys are more courageous than I am. I'm putting all of those logos, like decals, really annoy me.
Yeah.
Good decals look amazing, but getting to undoing a good decal level is good luck.
Yeah, I had a problem with it. I had to redo this decal at least once.
Yeah, I can figure why that had to happen.
Then I've got one more behind it. So this is my omnidirectional fighter. So like it has the angled thruster rings, so you're gonna get thrust in every direction.
That's kind of like what the Vega does.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, I made this one popular. So I do want to rotate these 90 degrees though, because with this current setup, they provide more thrust up and down than forward and back relative to the ship. I want to rotate them. And then the turret is controlled with the mouse aim. And the cool thing is the angle is set up so that the gun points at where your mouse cursor is. So there's no like discrepancy between like where your mouse is and the where your gun actually shoots. Just make aiming easier.
Nice.
I want to make a bigger version where it's got 4 thruster rings and then 2 pilots. Like a pilot and a gunner, I mean.
Yeah. How heavy is it?
I can check. Oops.
I just noticed it's
580 tons.
so half a kit. That's not bad. Starbase is one of the only games I know where you can ask someone's weight and the person just doesn't feel offended at all.
Yeah. And it does have corrodium armor, so that brings up the weight quite a bit. It probably doesn't need to be corrodium armor, but why not?
Sweet. Yeah, good work.
Thank you.
I'll wait for NTPS. NTPS is not a part of Icarus project, is he?
He is.
He is. Oh, I was not aware.
Well, a lot of Icarus project is a bit of a funny corp that we're like split up into kind of lots of like sub corps, if you like, that people publish their ships under their own brands rather than an Icarus project ship.
Yep.
We're a bunch of people that do our own thing together.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ouroboros is very similar in that regard. It's an insane creation. I'll just wait for him to be there to present it.
Yeah, it's not a gun dumb, it's a gun damn.
Yeah, it sums it up. Like, for my viewers that are seeing this one for the first time, it moves. It's fully articulated, it moves, it flies. I can't begin to imagine how much work that was. Like, that's probably off the charts.
First time I saw this, I was just blown away.
No, I still am, and I've seen it a few times already.
Happy Trigger, may I send you the link to post for the blueprint for the snake eyes if people want to take that?
Sure, yeah, just send it to me in my Discord and I'll send it on my Twitch if you want to. Thank you. Okay, that's the link to your Discord. And that would be for the insane ship, the small one that was on the beams that I visited.
Yeah, it'll be on the Discord, it'll be under Dreadworks.
Yeah, I very sadly had to set up permissions on my Twitch to disallow links by default because people were posting some seriously annoying stuff. Bots, yeah, not people, bots. Yeah. And you only need a few people to ruin an entire party. But yeah, thanks a lot for the tour. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much for showcasing our ships and for visiting.
Yeah, I really there's a few designers I always really enjoy seeing them on a very regular basis, and you most definitely part of them. I'm always very curious to see what you're up to. Thanks
Does
a lot.
that make NTPS the first guy to use robot arms as arms on a robot?
Possibly. No. Actually, no. I think that's Commando Dogo. I think Commando I'm not super certain. I actually would need to ask for the dates for both of them. Commando Dongo did his first very big robot, which I recall was displayed for sure at the second EOS Con, maybe at the first one. More simpler design, but considerably bigger, and moving at absolutely mind-boggling speeds. It was his very first concept, was like his super turrets, and if it kicked you, you'd be sent flying at an amazing speed. Like the limbs were going way over 150 meters per second, because he stacked the turrets.
Might have come up with that idea of the turret stacking. I remember seeing his video of him marching on the moon surface with his mech, the mech destroying itself.
I didn't see that video, but I did see many of his, like, I do follow his YouTube, and I really enjoy seeing what he's up to. Thanks a lot for the showcase. I'm going to be visiting Epic next, and then I think it's going to be it for maybe I'll visit a bit more. We'll see. I'm super late on schedule.
I knew you would be.
Thanks again. Thanks a lot. I'm really going to try and see as many people as I can, but I do think, like, because I want to do interviews with everyone, it's going to be really difficult.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Hey, this is one of those ships where I'm going to be spending a lot of time, I think. Yo! Sliding door. Where is the sliding door? To do curves properly in Starbase is good luck. Good luck. Okay, very simple interior. I wonder if this is a work in progress. It does say prototype on the outside, but that is some big propellant. Yeah, just doing the outer shell probably took him a mind-boggling amount of time. Well, I'm very curious to see what the not prototype is going to look like. What is that? You're welcome, Skipper. Thank you for presenting all of your ships. That was built in space. Oh, yo. The game is difficult enough as it is. Oh, yo. Yeah, that's just one gameplay I wouldn't want to do. I'd be too stressed. Wow. Wow. Yeah, for those people, I've got mad respect, but no, I'm not. I've got zero intention on partaking in something that's difficult. I'm wondering why he's got such an allergy to crates. I can see a few. Why not use more? What's that? Hey, freefall. I think you just woke up everyone in the European time zone. I'd completely forgotten that I'd set that up. Wait, stairs? He set the... Oh, whoa. The amount of work that went, even in the designer, this would not be fun to design at all. Mechabellum is a dangerous game. It's a very good game. Okay, if you want to play during the week with me, I'm all for it. This ship, I remember hearing about it at least the previous EOS CON, if or not also the previous one. I agree. Doing everything by hand. Oh. Seriously. The game is hard enough as it is. This is really curious. Yes, I haven't tested that one yet. That's for tomorrow. That would be minor bat. Yeah, if I do, I do need to go to bed at some point, and if I start doing mazes, I'm not going to be going to bed early enough. I don't think this is a new ship. I think this is more of an iconic ship. No, this is a remake. He removed the plasma. Really, mazes are fun. Is a tournament? Oh wait, there's another one. So this one has the plasma. What is the bootleg part? Fair. But I do have the technique of just keep your left hand on the wall and just walk straight. I mean, and do all of the detours. Shit, this thing's going to go fast. What's the... Oh, there's no armor on this ship at all. Asiatique. Yo, this thing probably does not weigh much at all. Well, I'm going to be trying all rights then, but I'm still going to be trying all lefts to see if that works. Yeah, it just might be. It just might be. There's the taxi. I do not see any other ships. I'm going to be going to that plot. Which means... So Epic Corp... Is Hexagon the one that worked on this ship and that one? Those two? Or does Epic Corp do this one too? That ship is arguably one of a kind. Oh no, it's okay, it's not empty. So this would be Ocel. Well, that's an unusual thruster setup. Wrapped out of crates. 272. Is that the crate count? That may be the crate count. Straightforward ship. Yeah, there's always like details to be seen that you obviously miss whenever... Like, what is that for? That you miss whenever the ship designer isn't there to present you the ship. I am genuinely wondering if that ship would not 100% self-destruct if hit in the batteries or the fuel chambers. And I'm wondering if that is not in fact completely intentional. Zosie. So why is Zosie in Ocel? Like, what are these? Yep, but I did see a fighter that was called the No Salvage when I was still at the Deca Industries. And the concept was if ever you got destroyed, the whole ship was designed to blow up. You would have nothing. Nothing at all. It was not a very good fighter, but the whole point was to prevent the pirates from getting any richer by fighting with you. Well, it looks nice, although I'm very uncertain as to what these are for. Are those bumpers? No, I see a rangefinder. Ooh. So ship actually has an asteroid avoidance system. Cool. Yeah, but does the Sandra do that on purpose? Because that looked very intentional. Ooh. Yeah, I can definitely... Oh, wow. Yeah, but Vika, if you, I mean, it is a good strategy. Like, if you get shot, no keeping it. This is so interesting. Okay, they're not quite... Okay, so there must be cables and pipes hidden. Yeah, my guess is that there's cables and pipes hidden in between. But dang. Hey, as long as it works, somebody. Okay, I am definitely very intrigued by this ship. That's interesting. Nope, missed. You would not like walking on these. Like Lego's already known to be painful now. Imagine walking on this. Oh no, it is the ground, okay. Oh, coolant cells. Tetanus is going to be quite low on your list of concerns. I mean, it will get high once you're done howling. Sure. There has been a lot of love put... Whoa! Wow, this is so unusual. I really like it. Yeah, pipes are not popular. Why can't I rotate that again? I'd most definitely recommend having like a flat plate visible somewhere so you can just like orient your ender. Oh, I've overducked many of my first ships. This really got my attention. I've never seen interlocking crates this way before. Or to be more precise, I've never seen crates at different angles touching one another. Skipper, I completely forgot. No, I'm very seriously, I completely forgot. And it also makes a lot of sense. It's like, why is it so difficult? Maybe because you're not doing it the way you're supposed to? Duh! Y'a même ton ici. There's no point in making a design foolproof because nature's just going to send you full of fools towards your design. Yeah, that was easier when crawling. So next is KSI and Geth. I will be stopping. This actually cannot be part of KSI or Geth, because if yes, I'm most definitely curious in having an interview. And then I'm going to be oh, he is. Hey.
Il est trop stylé le petit robot là. Oh là là, mais quel pied. Tu l'as vu le petit robot là? Checker ici.
Non, pas encore. Moi, je m'apprête à le visiter. Là, je viens de demander s'il veut faire un interview.
Il est trop mignon. C'est trop mignon. Il est trop mignon, le petit robot. J'essaie de le mettre en position pilotage, j'y arrive pas. Okay.
I'm waiting to see if Kenobi is interested in seeing and doing an interview. Oh, did Zombie Mouse rope you into Mechabellum? Yeah, Mechabellum is dangerously addictive. I'm waiting for the next update where they're going to be adding the first buildings. They didn't do much announcements about those, but when those get out, I'm right back at it. I really enjoy the PV stuff.
Ouais. Yeah, Picard.
Okay, Kenobi does look like he stopped moving the very moment I asked the question, so... Oh, moving again.
Il est trop mignon.
Ooh, this is surface. Yeah, this is most definitely stuff.
Regarde Happy, le robot de Casey.
Nice.
Il est trop mignon. J'adore.
Où ça?
Bah, t'es où?
À côté de toi.
Je le tiens à la main. Je suis juste pas loin de Happy.
Tiens à la main? Ah bah je vois pas.
Merde, là. Là. Bah ouf.
Non mais je vois rien.
Mais je te vois même pas, moi, t'es où? Si, t'es là. Je te le mets en face.
Oh, I just noticed that his design's about less.
Il est juste en face de toi. Recule un peu. Oh, mais t'as l'air énervé, toi. Hein.
Non, je le vois pas, je le vois pas.
Il est juste en face de toi. Mais sinon, si tu veux en voir plus, il y en a sur la table là.
Is Kenobi in the Starbase? No, he is not. Okay.
Ah d'accord.
Why is he closing? Oh! Damn, that looks cool. Sick. Okay, let me have a look at that. That is awesome. Looks like many people got addicted one another to the same game, which I find quite interesting. Dang! Wow, so much work! Wow! So that's a button that most definitely uses the gyroscope to have an artificial horizon, if I had to guess. Wow. Oh, and the chair spin, because obviously, why not? Now that tickles my fancy. Was Katie here at the previous EOS Con? I do not remember seeing these ships at all. Oh, and you get the game. That looks like a shower. Yeah, even please notice that the interior is mostly, not completely, but is mostly bulbless. Like I'm seeing a few stray bolts on top, but damn.
Bon, attends, je vais couper les lasers là, parce que ça va me coûter 2 stacks d'exorium là. Je sens. Trop cher. 2 stacks, c'est énorme.
Well, you can still navigate. A bit of a tight squeeze, but you can still navigate all around.
Salut toi. C'est que t'es beau gosse.
I do recall that being a game, but I do not know which one.
T'as une jolie armure, dis donc.
Nine Men's Morris.
Ouais,
Ouais.
Okay, I'm going to 9 Men Morris. Okay, that game dates the Roman Empire, very old game.
Chez quoi?
T'as une jolie armure, dis donc.
Eh, toi aussi.
Cowboy
Hein?
Chickens or something.
Toi aussi.
Fancy.
On peut s'échanger quelques boulons. Non, ça
I
quoi.
really like that liver display thing. It's a dual cockpit setup.
Oui, c'est boltless.
Ah ouais, j'avais visité ça. Moi, j'ai demandé à Ice Crystal s'il vendait ses fighters 45 millions.
Ouais.
Ouais. Son fighter qu'il avait utilisé en 2v2 quand on avait le 3 tonnes.
Ouais.
Mais je crois qu'il l'a utilisé aussi en 3v3. 45 millions. Il est beau, hein, mais un peu cher. Je lui ai proposé 20 millions avec un mini surfaceur. Et il me dit, j'ai déjà acheté le gros. Je me souviens,
Ah
il
merde.
l'avait acheté.
Putain, il s'emmerde pas. Parce que ça valait le prix du surfaceur en vrai. Donc 20 millions quoi.
Ouais, c'est ça. Mais son chip, je me souviens, il était hyper tanky à Ice Crystal.
I think he just jammed the turret.
On aurait peut-être pu lui échanger contre le nouveau.
Le mini
Non, le nouveau.
E1
Le Spear MK2. Le Spear.
ouais.
He jammed the turret trying to sidetrack.
Ah, c'est un...
Hello,
2.7.
Spider!
2.7. Ah ouais.
Ouais, ouais. Bon, après, bon, il a 2 railguns, 6 lasers. C'est pas... pour un 2.7, il y a l'Apex hein, qui est au-dessus.
Ouais, mais 2 railguns, c'est bien quand même. Avoir 2 railguns.
2 railguns, 6 lasers, c'est pas beaucoup, hein, mais il est hyper blindé. Quoi.
Yeah.
5 millions, ça saoule.
J'achète moi sinon. Combien tu me dis?
Non, laisse tomber.
On le marave. Avec l'Apex. Ah. Aïe aïe aïe. T'imagines si je fais un wolf mineur, un wolf fighter.
Ouais, bah alors là, chapeau. Hein. Parce qu'avec la forme, tu vas te faire chier.
Franchement, j'ai envie de faire un truc avec double plasma sur 2 fois 9 rings ou 2 fois 8 rings.
Okay, I'll be asking.
Bon,
En quoi en
My
fighter
stream
Fighter.
is asking if
max de blindage de partout.
where
Avec
you
autant de
sell
star manœuvre que sur le
your
wolf.
ships.
Et genre
That's
énormément
good.
d'armes.
Like everything is boltless.
Tu sais, genre cirer le gun. Genre une vingtaine de lasers. Mais je vais mettre 1 an à le faire. J'ai déjà commencé à le faire. Mais trop de temps quoi. Trop de design complexe.
Mm.
Au secours. J'ai déjà commencé à le faire. Il est en projet, pas ouf. Mais
Ouais.
il est pas fini.
Yeah, this is a very boltless. Oh, thank you. Okay, so his Discord link is. Let me copy. Can I paste? Yes, I can paste it. Perfect. So that would be KSI's Discord, just making sure VDEP KSEP. Perfect.
Oh putain, le jeu a crash. Premier crash.
Okay, so I am noticing some patterns. What are those little resource cubes floating around for?
Ouais.
Okay, yeah, he's definitely doing a little bit of recycling, but in nice ways. So how many crates does this ship have? Whoops. Buddy, come on, seriously. And then he just looks at me like, what? Nice. Yeah, that cat wants my doom.
Bien malade.
Reconstruction machine.
Super.
What does the propulsion look like?
Bon allez, je vais ranger.
Looks good. À toute Mortic, merci d'être passé. I'm wondering if he is the corporation or he's part of the corporation. Damn! He flew completely under the radar for me. This is my first time seeing him. This is quality stuff. That must have been so much work. That must have been so much work. This is why I absolutely love being at the EOS Con. There's so much like cross-pollinating with all of these different ideas, this concept. Just so much stuff going on, like to discover, to learn. I've got a lot of hours in Starbase, like a little bit over 3,000, but I've still got a lot to learn. Like players have got very different perspective, approaches on what they want to do, how they do it. Some prefer bubblers, cubes, rounds, and they just like explore very different concepts. Like, yeah, bikes, cars, that's another one. I never did any of those. Whoops. Wait, so visited, wait, which ones did I visit? Okay, I spent so much, okay, I visited these two, I think. These are plates. Here's his game again. It's fun. It's really... And these are the plushies he collected. Yeah, he did bought them. Good. If he didn't bought them, he would have lost them.
C'est trop stylé ça.
And here's his little robots. Yeah, that one flew away. No, wait, that's the one I saw. I saw that one, I didn't see this one. C'est vrai, Chano, tu tripes?
Je le sens pas très bien là.
On dirait que tu te fais scanner.
Là, ça scanne triple front là. Je suis en train de level up. Attends. Je suis devenu un fou de la guerre maintenant. Oui.
Attends, je vais te taper pour te redonner raison. Aux grands mots, les grands remèdes. Ouais. C'est bon, tu te sens mieux?
Je m'en vais, je m'en vais. Il est méchant, hein.
Non, c'est pour ton bien. Oh, I think he placed cubes over each one of the pillars. It's just that someone picked up all of the other... Wow.
Vous m'avez chouré tous mes stacks de Valkit là? Vous êtes sérieux?
C'est toi qui les as placés là au-dessus des piliers?
Bah oui.
LOL. Je pensais que c'était Kenobi qui l'avait fait.
Bah non, c'est moi qui les ai mis. Donc du coup, tu te retrouves avec 6 stacks d'ajatites là. Bien joué.
Ah bah c'est pas moi, écoute. J'ai cru que c'était Kenobi
Comment
qui
ça,
les avait
c'est pas
placés.
toi?
Non, c'est pas moi, j'ai mon stream pour le prouver.
C'est Bao qui les a chourés.
De quoi? Elle a fait quoi?
C'est possible.
Qui les a volés là?
Moi, en tout cas, il y a mon stream qui me prouve innocent.
Non.
Donc celle-là est facile à prouver.
Bao, c'est toi qui as pris les 6 stacks d'ajatites qui avaient au-dessus des piques.
Au-dessus des
colonnes.
Non, 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 j'ai pas touché.
C'est à pique.
560 crates.
Non, Abby il a dit que c'était pas lui.
Yeah, okay, this is pure... Okay, that's a smart choice. So Ajatite mostly, a little bit of Bastium and Aegisium. So the plates really are for decorative purposes only. Not designed to take any... Hey, that's good. So 100 and... Wait. Kilometers or meters second? Because 120 kilometers an hour is less than 40 meters per second. I'm just asking to be sure.
C'est trop bien ce chip. Combien il le vend là? Le bord
Looking at the thrusters, I would say 120. But it's obviously going to be incredibly dependent on what you put inside of it. Okay, meters per second. That's not bad. That's really not bad. Did he design
Ça
that?
clignote de partout. Oh là là.
Yeah, okay, this is him that's designed that one. Okay, he said very old interface. Oh yeah, well, I mean, still good. I mean, a very old display with an advanced display is not what I'd qualify as super odd. Wait a second, he's showing a lot of stuff in here. Whisper, first glass door, he says, what glass door? Oh, that door.
Ah.
That's cool. Yeah, no shit, it's complex. Whoops.
Qui c'est qui veut se battre là-haut là?
Se battre?
Oui, j'ai entendu un tir de railgun là. C'est toi qui veux te battre là-haut? C'est toi qui as tiré du railgun là?
Non.
On va chercher les fighters, on le défonce.
Cool. No, I did not break it. Ah, spider. Spider, you paint me like someone that crashes all of his own ships and crashes absolutely everything he touches. I think it's horribly disheartening that you say so. It kind of looks like you've been watching my streams for some time for you to say that.
Comment ça, le Happy Inca, il y a une autre session?
Hello, Joe. Me, I would never crash stuff. It's not like you've got hours of footage proving the exact opposite, which is why I can so confidently say I would never crash anything, ever. At least for the first 30 seconds, you know, like, just need to, I need a little bit of time, you know, like to find the starter button, the ignition. He already cried an elevator. Tried, I suppose? Although if you want to do an elevator, cried is a very appropriate word. I feel like my cat really wants me to crash stuff today.
Ah non.
Lunar hole. Ooh. Cool. Hey, coucou Tesma. On est en train de visiter l'EOS CON. J'ai d'ailleurs bientôt fini mon stream et très concrètement, c'est un event où tous les joueurs de Starbase qui en ont envie viennent à la gate présenter leur vaisseau. Donc si tu regardes le... Enfin, regarde pas tout le stream si t'en as pas envie, hein, évidemment, mais si tu regardes des morceaux du stream d'hier, t'auras une bien meilleure idée du concept. Ah, mais l'idée c'est vraiment d'avoir tous ces joueurs qui se réunissent pour se montrer qu'est-ce qu'ils ont fait les 6 derniers mois, quel est le délire. Et là par exemple je suis en train de regarder ce que fait Kenobi et c'est juste absolument dingue, c'est pas du tout une approche que j'aurais fait sur mes propres chips, c'est génial à regarder. Yo, et il a vraiment de belles idées pour le display, lui, le beau gars. So the flashing lights, if I'm reading what he says correctly, is that the flashing lights indicate if the yellow chip is on or off, in use or not. So those little lights allow him to know if a YOLO got stuck or something, I'm presuming. So he does have some awareness if a YOLO broke, but I'm unsure if the YOLOs have got like their own checker lines, which would cost time, or if there's like another means to check them. I don't know. It's really straightforward. So since you said a lunar hauler, I'm guessing that, yeah, it's got its fair bit of downwards thrusters. His personal ship. Once again, boldness. That's like ×2, sometimes even ×3 on the amount of time needed to do these ships. Look at that door, seriously. Whoa! I mean, just the glass. This is like a triple layered door. Ah, the doors broke again. I didn't touch them. It really looks nice. He kind of has a very close style to Antares Heavy Industries. And yet it's still very different. Like they just don't have the same approach. What is that? Radiators. Ooh, fancy. Where did he go? He's right there. Bonne Jérôme, tuto. Quelque temps, mais j'ai encore du mal avec le langage du jeu pour le codage, sinon on lui ouvre ses écrans. Si tu veux, si tu le souhaites, j'ai sur mon Discord. Sur mon Discord, il y a beaucoup de guides en fait qui tournent autour de comment approcher le jeu, des vaisseaux gratuits. Si tu as des questions, parce que là mon stream il va bientôt finir, mais si tu as des questions, t'hésites surtout pas à les poser, je serais ravi d'y répondre. Et le langage du jeu s'appelle le YOLO et c'est effectivement assez difficile à aborder si on n'a pas fait d'informatique avant. Yeah, yes, the zombie mouse. I completely agree. And it looks good. I think this one is the last one I haven't visited. It's got the same mining head. Oh, so that's what KSC means, okay. We'll see, I'll be asking him. Oh yeah, Get has got one ship on the projector, made the other one that is more robust. So 240 crates, but more resistance, he said. Yeah, okay, I do see the similitudes. Sure. That was really nice. No, I haven't gotten to your ship yet. If this one is yours, the black one has yet to be visited. Hmm. What? What do you mean, let's check? I mean, you've been there or you haven't, so considering the amount of time and effort it is to set up a plot, unless he got someone else to present his ships? I've got so much to visit tomorrow. It's going to be a long stream. I'm looking forward to it, but it is going to be a long stream. What are you looking for? I'm so confused. Like, an EOS CON is not like breakfast, you know, I'm not asking. Ah, Coco Bartek. Oh, so that's what he was looking for. He was checking for the previous, his previous plot. Okay. Okay, let's check this black ship. First of all, once again, boltless. I can't insist enough. Boltless equals times 2 or 3 on the amount of time. And that's boltless with complicated shapes. What is going on? Shadow. Hey, oh. Hey, Coco. Je regarde beaucoup le chat, donc là ça m'a pas trop surpris. This is unusual. What is that? Nephlite. I really like those angled thrusters. Such a simple detail, and yet it makes such a nice looking difference. The ship, oh sweet, that is cool. That really makes me think of a Blackbird, the US's stealth plane. Or should I say like super duper fast plane?
Non, pas moi, interdit.
How did you get it to not clip?
Donc,
Ah, it's got guns. Sweet. Very good. Yeah, I can guess that. Do you have a door that is open by any chance? Whoa! Whoa!
il est tout mini là-bas.
Ici, il est tout.
Il est tout petit.
Prototype ship 2 under construction, Explorer class XNAV002 EO what? Oh, EOS CON. XNAV2 EOS CON 4. Dirty human. Through the side by the glass. Yep, that is most definitely more useful than trying to peek from the from the top. But your ship is so seamless, I didn't even notice that that was an interest, an entrance. I never thought of doing a display that way. I am definitely going to have to rewatch my streams because there are so many good ideas. It's simple stuff. Just that on top of the buttons. I know this ship is never finished, but you're already at a stage where it's genuinely very good to look at. Yeah, that goes bang bang if it. Yo, this is elaborate. Looks like an insect of sorts. Insect sculptures, I don't know what. It is. You can see the decals. But it really gives it a 3D effect.
Bah oui, ça... Net human. Ouais.
Ah, plushy. I'm very confident in saying that I know who the two people that are shooting non-stop are. Barov, Chelou, c'est vous qui êtes en train de tirer comme des guignols là?
Oui.
Eh oui, comme des guignols. Il n'y a personne qui meurt, on n'arrive pas à se tuer, dis donc. Il est tellement fort.
Yes, damage. I had a hunch that it was. Ok, there's... Je suis dans un ship. Et bientôt je serai joli. Ah, you didn't put... No, you put different decals with this one. Ah, this game can be a pain when he wants to. Why? Why is it flipping me like that? This is so weird. X to turn. Now G for boots.
Moi, je suis bloqué.
That is so weird. What do you mean again? Did they already... Ah, yo, les gars, vous avez cogné le truc de damage?
Non.
Non, non, non.
They're saying they're innocent.
Quel truc? Non, non, on était en l'air.
Par contre, moi, mon chip, il va plus répondre.
Ah.
Il est cassé.
Looks really good.
Oh merde.
Oh. Weird. Nah, I don't want to write. No, I do not. Not you. No. Thank you. Apparemment, vous vous en êtes approché trop et c'est la force des thrusters qui l'a fait bouger.
Merde.
Donc ouais, faites pas les cons s'il vous plaît.
Quoi, sa plateforme?
En fait, vous vous êtes approché trop de son truc et les thrusters de vos chips ont fait une poussée.
Bah attends, mais moi je peux même plus bouger mon ship. Je peux plus bouger là.
That son, this ship is really good. See, there's the warding box, but it's black on black, so it's almost invisible. This just looks sick.
J'ai pris la gate, tant pis. Je suis parti sur la lune.
Tu vas aller attraper Spice Rub.
C'est ça. S'il y a quelqu'un de l'autre côté, il est mort.
Barshero. Let's be very clear. When I give a compliment, I mean it. I dish out a lot of compliments when I visit ships and the EOS Con, but I mean each and every single one of them. If I say a compliment, I truly do mean that. I either encourage or a compliment. I really do prefer to avoid criticism as much as possible. For this ship, I've only got compliments. It's really a nice looking ship. You spent a lot of time to make it look good. Yeah, I can see why you were. It looks like a black bird. I'll put the pictures side by side, you'll see what I mean. Most of you probably already know what I'm referring to. Black bird. Pictures. The Lockheed Martin SR-71 Blackbird. It's precise in my Google search. No. This is what it really makes me think of. Super elongated, sleek the design. Just an overall really pleasant to look at ship.
Je peux plus bouger quoi. Plus de duo, plus de pitch, plus rien.
Et t'as pris la gate malgré ça.
Ouais.
Encore le rôle
X9, that is the name of the ship.
Plus rien. Plus de duo, plus de pitch, plus rien.
Quoi? Oh, petite déco.
Ah ouais, mais j'ai pris la gate.
Good
J'ai
stuff.
pu prendre la gate.
I'm going to be ending my stream on this note, a very good note. So I visited KSI. Oh, come on, let me. I visited KSI. I visited Geth. Thanks a lot for the presentations. So I've still got quite a few. Shipyards, ship designers, and just plots to visit tomorrow. It's that. The ship you've got under your eyes right now is Geth, dirty human / death son / member of Geth did it. Thank you, Zombie Mouse. Good point, Spider. But I've seen so little of you mentioning that you were part of Geth that I'd actually completely forgotten that you were part of Geth. And looking at the chat, it looks like I wasn't the only one. I will point out that last time that you presented your ships at EOS CON, if I remember correctly, you presented them under your name rather than Geth. Which is fine, we all have fun, but it also means that if you don't remind people that you're part of a corporation, they forget that you're part of a corporation. It's as simple as that. But yeah, okay, so I've still got all of these to visit tomorrow, which is to say quite a lot, but doable. Yeah, there are some that I'm looking very much forward to, and hey, we'll see. Thanks a lot for watching my stream. Merci beaucoup d'avoir regardé mon stream. Je reprends le stream demain. Ça va être, je commence un peu plus tôt, ça va être un peu plus long. Et mon but, c'est vraiment de finir tout ça d'ici demain. So yeah, tomorrow's stream is going to start a little bit earlier and probably finish just as late, so that I do have time to visit everything. Merci beaucoup. Je vais tout upload vers YouTube. Comme ça, il y aura la rediffusion en meilleure qualité qu'ici. Et merci encore. I'll be uploading everything to YouTube just to make sure like there is a rediffusion. No, that's the French, right? Just to make sure that you can access the video in like higher quality and whenever you feel like it. And yeah, thanks a lot and bye bye guys.